See who's missing. Give us time to do that.
Yeah, that's funny. I was talking to Janessa about this.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're not always all teachers.
Yeah.
They are
Look at her. Megan's we've been waiting for you, Maddie. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no. I'm always late. I'm not.
So stylish.
Chair today. Somebody switched on me the other day. I know we
Who got it? Who got it? Oh, I didn't.
I think he did too. The first person to accuse the one of us.
And we don't know about it.
Thank you, Miss Jason.
Maybe next meeting.
No, but we were like.
All right.
But I didn't have it at first.
No?
I don't think so. I didn't notice it. At least I didn't. Oh, maybe so.
Yeah. What's he worried about? What did he do? Oh, yeah, yeah. I feel like we've all gotten it. Like I had it, you had it. Yeah. So we just got mad. Oh, you moved it. Are we ready? Are we ready to start? Are you ready? Okay, all right. Oh, sorry. All right, we are going to call the special board meeting to order at 5:04. Looks like we're starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, next up, adoption and approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
I move to adopt and approve the agenda.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, next up, special recognitions, reports and presentations. We have the introduction of the new principal at Grant and the new principal at CASA.
So, Saranya, come on up. We are excited to announce Saranya Suresh Kumar as the new principal of Grant Elementary School. Saranya has been serving as interim principal for Grant this school year and will assume her formal duties as principal on July 1st, 2023. Saranya leads with conviction and comes to her position with 11 years experience in education. She spent the first 7 years of her career as a classroom teacher in Florida, Oregon, and Massachusetts. Saranya worked the next 3 years as a behavioral coach and instructional coach in San Francisco Unified in the Mission and Soma neighborhoods. Saranya joined PCS last year as an elementary teacher at McDowell Elementary and served as our elementary summer school principal in 2022. Saranya began this year as an administrative intern and was immediately assigned as Grant's interim principal. Ms. Suresh Kumar lived in India until the age of 4 when she moved to the United States. Growing up, Saranya enjoyed moving around the country while her father completed his medical residency. After high school, Saranya attended the University of Central Florida for her undergraduate degree in elementary education and Columbia University's Teacher College for her master's degree in psychology and education. On a personal note, Saranya and her husband Dan live in downtown Petaluma. Living in the community she serves feels like a gift, and she loves to hear, "Hi, Miss Saranya," when she runs into students from Grant around town. When she is not at Grant, Saranya enjoys reading, practicing yoga, playing with her puppy, and spending time with her family and friends. Saranya believes in educating and nurturing the whole child with an emphasis on supporting students' social and emotional needs. Last school year, one of Saranya's goals was to know all of her Grant Shamrocks by their name. And this year, Saranya is deeply committed to getting to know every single family at Grant and building a strong and supportive partnerships. She looks forward to planting roots in Petaluma and building strong connections in the Grant community. Please join us in congratulating Saranya Suresh Kumar as the new principal of Grant Elementary School.
Everyone, I am honored to be here, and I am so excited to continue the great work that we started this year at Grant Elementary. I was here just last week with my Shamrocks presenting our vision, our co-constructed collaborative vision, and I'm so looking forward to being able to see the implementation of that at Grant. Grant School. So thank you for choosing me as your new principal at Grant Elementary.
Sorry.
Oh,
Are you just gonna go? Do you want me to-
Yeah, I'll keep
Come
going.
on up,
Next,
Christina.
next, we're going to invite Miss Christina Bridges. After completing a rigorous hiring process, we are pleased to announce the selection of Christina Bridges as the new principal of Casa Grande High School. Christina will assume her new duties on July 1st, 2023. Christina joined Petaluma City Schools in 2011 as an English and ELD teacher at Petaluma High School. She moved to Nevada High School in 2014 and spent 5 years teaching English and ELD there before returning to PCS as an assistant principal. She has spent the last 4 years serving Casa Grande in this role and has developed a deep love of the Big House community. Born in Fiji, Christina is a proud member of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community and brings her passion and commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion for all to her leadership work. In addition to working at Casa Grande, Christina continues to work as an educational consultant for Canal Alliance to provide mentorship and training for teachers in trauma-informed practices and classroom management. Christina grew up in the Petaluma and Cotati areas and graduated from Cardinal Newman Ursuline High School in Santa Rosa. Christina received her BA in English Literature and her single subject teaching credential in English from Sonoma State University. She then earned her master's degree in educational leadership and administrative services credential from San Francisco State University. Christina understands the challenge of being a principal and is looking forward to listening to the community to understand their needs as she embarks on the road ahead. Her top priority is building a positive and safe school culture by creating fun and engaging events to foster relationships, build connections, and get to know the unique aspects that make each member of the CASA community a valued individual. She plans on focusing on increasing communication for the entire CASA community so its members are empowered participants when it comes to critical events, decisions, and happenings at the school. Christina is passionate about celebrating and empowering the students, teachers, and staff at CASA to help them be their best. On a personal note, Christina enjoys reading, listening to podcasts, traveling, attending community events, and spending family time with her son who attends Pen Grove Elementary. Christina lives steps away from the school and plans to stay at CASA for a long time. She is invested in the school and advancing the excellence of its programs and offerings. Please join us in congratulating Christina Bridges as the new principal of Casa Grande High School.
I just want to lead with some gratitude and really extend my sincere thank you to the board and the district administration. I felt very supported in this role already, and I'm really grateful for that support and partnership. I also wanted to say that I understand what a great opportunity this is and what the magnitude of the responsibility of being principal is. And I feel that this has been a really great time for me to take this role on, and I'm very invested in the work that's ahead. And I want to acknowledge all of the mentorship that I've had before from Maite and Dr. O and just the students and families of CASA who have really made this possible. And I hope to continue the amazing work to bring people together and just to celebrate the excellence of CASA overall. So thank you very much.
Well, I just want to extend my gratitude to the two of you for taking on these new roles and for you, Jason, and the hiring committees. We know education is not easy these days, so we really appreciate you guys stepping into these leadership roles. So, yeah, thank you. Anyone else say anything before we move on?
Yeah, we're
okay.
very happy. Congratulations.
All right. Comments from the public on action items. If there is anyone in the public, either in person or online, who would like to speak about, we only have one action item. Please put your first and last name in the chat. And I'm going to read the public comment policy because we do have public comments later on in the meeting. All right, under Government Code Section 54954.3A, members of the public have the right to address the governing board on any items of interest, providing that relate to the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district. While government code allows speakers to criticize the district's policies, procedures, program services, and/or employees, the district does have a policy specific to complaints against employees. Should comments from the public pertain to a specific district employee, the board requests that the complaint first be submitted in writing to the employee's immediate supervisor for investigation. If the comment is about something that is not on the agenda, it will be heard only during the public comment on non-agendized items, period. Once that part of the meeting is over, comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments. Note that we cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda. We listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Public comments are subject to a 4-minute per person limit or a 20-minute limit per subject matter. Okay, do we have any comments? No? Okay, all right. Let's move on to approval of the variable term waiver for the Petaluma High School counselor. Jason, do you want to speak about this? Or Matthew?
So this is. Sorry. So this is, we have a counselor that went out on maternity leave, and we have an intern who is getting their PPS, but we're not allowed to typically sub until they have achieved their PPS unless we do a variable term waiver. So this is to allow an intern that will have their credential at the end of the summer to help us out in the last few bits of school. He's been working at CASA, and he'll be helping out at Petaluma for this variable term waiver. Will be subbing it at Petaluma, but been doing his intern work at CASA. Yeah, so helping out probably 2 days a week, I think, if I remember correctly.
All
And
right,
we typically wouldn't bring an action into a board study session, but we'd like to get him started as soon as possible.
I feel like there's always something that pops up for one of these. All right,
I move to approve the term waiver.
A second.
all in favor? Aye. All right, next up, equity.
Yes, and to our guests, you're more than welcome to stay, and you're more than welcome to go enjoy the evening. So thank you, everybody. Congrats. All right, so I just wanted to kind of introduce this topic. So our special board meeting here on equity. I know that equity is a word that gets thrown out left and right, and we really want to look and explore this topic from multiple different lenses. It's kind of how we set up this special board meeting. So we're going to talk about through looking at sort of through each of our departments through an equity lens, and sort of the goal here, I think, is at the very end, we're hoping to get some comments and hear a little bit where you guys are coming from, and then maybe on the next board meeting we'll get some clearer direction. So we've broken it up into equity, and I think of it as a picture with the student in the middle there, and then all the adults around, and how do we make sure that every child is not necessarily getting the same thing, but they're all getting what they need to be successful. And so we're going to start here with setting the stage. The next slide, please, Amy. The first area we're going to look at is really around professional development. So Maite is going to come up with, we have First Water on the line, and they're going to talk to us a little bit about professional development through the lens of equity. What are we doing from a positive behavior intervention support, PBIS lens? What are we doing with discipline, restorative practices, new board policy that's going to be coming up, and equity coaching for our leaders? What does that look like? And then allow the board to ask any questions that they have from the professional development, student services realm. Once we're done with that, then we're going to move into the HR lens around equity. What are some innovative things that we're looking at doing in the near future? Looking at some of our own students, and then looking at as a pipeline for a diverse student body as we help them go off and to be hopefully starting to come back into teaching, and looking at potentially a CT pathway, that sort of thing. So Jason will kind of describe that. Tony and I are going to work through the financial costs of extracurricular programs. What does that look like for a typical family? I know there's a lot of interest about that from our board members. Hopefully, I'm sure from our student board members as well. So beginning of the year supplies, field trip, sixth grade camp. Love to talk a little bit about what that looks like for all 7 of our schools. Sports, dances, graduation, prom. What are those? What is the typical cost for a student? I'd love to have you feel free, if you have a high school student, to chime in a little bit. So we put together some data points there. We're going to then move into PTA funding. We're going to look at our seven elementary schools. What do our PTA, what is a typical annual budget for a PTA school, for an elementary school with their PTA? And then we're going to talk about foundation funding. We know that some of our schools have foundations. So for example, Cherry Valley is one that comes to mind, particularly on their library. We want to look at the Petaluma Education Foundation, so that it supports all of our schools. What does that really look like when we'll pull back the curtain just a little bit there, talk about what it funds, what great work that they've done, what it funds, what it doesn't fund, and what are some of the needs for our schools in our district. After that, we'll switch over to business and we'll start talking. We're going to give a parcel tax update to everybody. What does a parcel tax look like in Petaluma? What could it look like if we were to start to come up with different ideas? And also look at our bonds. So where are we at right now with our bonds? Let's get a bond update. What money is remaining there? What ideas do we have for the future? Give the board some time to process that, ask questions, have a conversation, and then we'll move into comments from the public. We did that strategically because sometimes when we put comments from the public before, it's like, I want everyone to be well informed, and we'll have the comments from the public, talk about future business, and then we're going to adjourn. So this whole meeting is really a discussion. This is all just discussion. No decisions are being made. We're just having here to give information, put information before the board. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So I'm going to turn it over to Maite.
Hi, everybody. Sorry I sound this way. Yeah. Anyway, I'll do the very best I can, and hopefully you can understand the words coming out of my mouth. I don't sound too much like a 2-year-old. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about PBAS, restorative practices, some of the board policy we're putting forward, and then a little bit about the equity work with First Water, and they'll be on the line. They're going to share some of the work they've been doing, so you can hear from them as well. So we started PBIS last year a little bit. We dabbled with it a little bit. And this year we've had a much broader implementation. All our schools have climate and culture teams to address that tier 1 work so that the expectations are clear. We have some motivators. All the adults are speaking the same language. We're addressing situations similarly on the campus, and that there aren't any surprises for our kids. They're not going to hear one thing from one teacher and another thing from another teacher. So that's really hard to work on that calibration, but that's one of the things that we're working on this year. And then next year, we're looking into working into tier 2 work so that we can start to provide some additional support for those kids who need more. And we know that right now, a lot of our kids need more. So that also our LMFTs play into this work and how they're offering support. But we're also working to expand the network within the school setting so that we're not so reliant on the LMFTs, but that other people can support this work as well. That was a quote from the last professional development when Laura was here in February. She did circle training for all our teachers. So everybody got a little bit of circle training. Later on during that same week, she did advanced restorative practice training for 45 administrators, counselors, and student services, student advisors, excuse me. She'll be coming back in the fall if the contract is approved, and she'll work with another 45. So we're starting to build that capacity. And then she'll also provide advanced circle training for teachers who are interested to try to build, again, that capacity of teacher leaders at school sites. So that's for the 23-24, that's a little preview of the 23-24 school year. And a little bit about, yes, that's the restorative practice work. They work well together, and people often confuse the two things. PBIS is really about being very clear with your expectations. Restorative practices is a way of repairing harm. And we look at discipline on a continuum. Suspension is always a possibility, but it's no longer the first thing we go to, right? There are other things that we're trying to address, to go to before we go to that suspension option. But it is a continuum of work. Some of the things that we've been working on to support that work for teachers and administration is updating our board policies. And I think you've all saw the first read last week where I think it was last week, where we are teasing apart due process away from discipline and providing more restorative options for staff. And there's another board policy about welcoming schools and what that environment should look like. And what you're going to see in the future is a hate motivated behavior policy, which is, we have one, but we're going to add more to it so that there's education and there's some consequences and there's a little more, it's a little more robust. So you'll see that coming up in May as another board policy that we're changing. And then finally, the work that we've been doing with First Water, the anti-bias work with Anthony and Nicole King. They've been working with our administrators all year in coaching, in workshops, and then coaching. One of the principals said to me the other day, she goes, I just wasn't sure about this work as a principal. And then I had this coaching session, and it's really the best thing that's happened to me all year. So they're looking at it as an opportunity to really improve their practice and have that person that safe space to share their thoughts with. Teachers also received training with Anthony and Nicole King in February in anti-bias work. So right now we're supporting the adults to support the students. I think one of the things that I've said a number of times is we have to understand our biases and how they're playing out and how they're affecting students and contributing to situations and perhaps making things a little more challenging than they should be. And I think one of the things that Anthony and Nicole have worked with us on, and they'll talk to you a little bit about this, is systems 1 and systems 2 thinking. We often work from a systems 1 place where we're responding to things and our bias plays a role there. And we are often, we sometimes come from an emotional space if we can step back and slow down our thinking. And we often make better decisions when we can do that. And then our students have a better experience. And ultimately, that's what we're looking for. So Anthony and Nicole are going to share their work with us. And thank you.
Thank you, Maite. Hello, everyone. Before we get started, I wanted to see if we could get Anthony added as a panelist. We'll be sharing the screen and he'll be engaging today as well. There we go. Thank you. Awesome. Give us just a minute. We've got a screen to share, but we are First Water consultants, and just want to give a thank you to the board, the superintendent, leaders and members present. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about this ongoing equity engagement that we've had. There's really this equity and journey over the last 8 months or so. I think we have some time to present to you, about 30 minutes, and then we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. So if you could hold your questions until then, we're really excited to answer them for you. Okay. What we like to do before we get started is say thank you. We know the work that you do as a board is tireless. You don't have to do it, but all that you do for kids is really important, and we're excited to be partnering with you. Maite gave us a great introduction, but we are an organizational development firm, and we really help people change. And that, the root cause of that is, really understanding what the needs are, discerning learning opportunities, and strategizing a way forward. And so we've really had a distinct honor and a pleasure to work with leaders, principals, administrators, teachers, and especially really getting to know some of the leadership through the coaching sessions. So what we're going to do today is give you, next slide, please. a high level kind of overview of the engagement. Anthony's going to walk you through some of the learning sessions just so you can get a taste of what was explored and what was learned and some of the collaborative moments that we had with the staff. So we'll give you some introduction into that as well. I don't know if you all can see that screen very well. Anthony, you might have to back out there and come back in. There we go. But essentially this was an entry level engagement. So we started off kind of small and we have something to build upon. The focus for this work really was to build capacity and awareness with a focus on leaders. So we worked with leaders and focused around leadership development on that unconscious bias, really removing barriers for change. We'll talk a little bit about that later. And we did that through 5 learning sessions and then individual coaching. And you'll see there's like a high level overview of these engagement activities on the screen there. So what we did was we started with the planning, which happened well before we went under contract in September. And so that's kind of been a through line. We've been working with Maite and Lindsay, who really have been shepherding this work, and really appreciate them as partners. We also started the stakeholder engagement. We'll talk about that a little bit. We started with focus groups and then turned that over into interviews. And then we started the leadership learning sessions in November, did the PD in January, and we're currently in the midst of the coaching sessions as well. Next slide, please. Awesome. So what we did was, we took a look at the Orinda study, but we wanted a little bit more depth regarding like how stakeholders, how staff are really experiencing PCS. So we took the opportunity to conduct interviews, but also we started off doing focus groups, but we noticed that there was, some hesitancy. And so we wanted to get a little bit more buy-in and provide more comfort. So what we did was we provided opportunities to interview anyone that was interested. So we reached out to about 32 people who had expressed interest in participating in those focus groups. We ended up conducting about 18 interviews with a broad range of people from different representatives throughout the district. So you see there's classified staff that were represented, certificated, site leaders, district leaders, board members, union representatives. So what we got from those interviews, really some inspiration for some of the real-time scenarios, real-life scenarios that we were able to incorporate into the learning sessions. So we were able to really take some of the challenges that were presented and use those, replicate those, and use them as learning opportunities. So that was the really kind of unique piece that came out of those interviews, as well as some high-level anecdotal information that really kind of shaped and let us know that we were on the right track with the learning sessions and the design and the thinking for this early capacity building and awareness engagement. And then we also built in some mini communities of practice with the leaders at the end of each session, where we had the space and opportunity, we captured information there, and all of that fed in to the larger kind of learning agenda that we'll talk about today. Next slide, please. There we go. So Anthony is going to walk you through these 5 learning sessions that we did with the leaders, as well as the sessions that we did with the teachers. And essentially, these sessions were designed to help leaders really learn what bias is, how it shapes our views, what gets in the way of change. You'll hear that what gets in the way quite a bit when we're talking about personal change. We've got to understand what's getting in the way of that change. And then how to overcome that bias and lead for equity. So I'll turn it over to Anthony, who will walk you through the rest of this.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Sorry, there seems to be like a little bit of a lag in the slides here. I see a black screen that says loading. Hopefully you don't. Okay, so we wanted to start this engagement. As you saw, the arc of learning went from like what bias, what's getting in the way. And that was our first session. So I want to walk you through a little bit session by session at a very high level for the sake of time. And what you see here is our focus on bias. And we frame biases, or we see bias as a normal function of our brains. You heard Maite talk about the system 1, system 2 thinking. So we really help leaders really understand like bias is not in and of itself a bad thing. It is just a thing that naturally happens in our brains. And so the thing we can do is to make sure we understand it so we can actually do something about it. So Maite mentioned the system 1 thinking, which is like the autopilot. We make snap decisions, quick judgments about things. And that system one thinking is informed by years of experience and things that we have learned over time. And so it makes sense that we have these instinctive and fast reactions to things, because quite honestly, it's a bit of a survival mechanism. But when we're dealing with people, in this case, in particular students in education, we really want to spend as much time in the system two world as possible, which, as you see, is that reflective brain, which is conscious, reasoned, and slow. This is the side of your brain that gets you to just even ask questions to some people when they make a broad statement, something like, say more about that, right? Instead of just agreeing with them. That can lead you to slowing down and having that system two approach. So we walk leaders through what bias looks like in action. We start with an implicit bias. That implicit bias feeds a dominant culture because it then informs what we see as right and important. And then that rightness and what we see as important influences, in the case of education, it can influence the content that we deem as essential to education. This is an oversimplification because I understand that the state has standards that they set and so on. But what I'm getting at are like the resources and things that we might choose, or the text that we might select and choose as the thing that we do over and over again. That influence then shapes how we see and make sense of the world around us. And as you can imagine, when we see the world through this lens, it just reinforces our implicit bias. We see and look for the things that jive with how our brain is thinking. And so that is this circular process that keeps bias in action. And so what we try to help leaders do is to slow down and recognize when that bias in action. And as you can see, the dangers of this is a lot of times is what drives disproportionate numbers of suspensions, over-identification of particular groups in special education. And again, this is in our opinion, it's one of the root causes of the growing and persistent educational debt. So we spend a lot of time with the leaders really focusing on what that bias is, what it means, and how they can start to interrupt it. Moving on to session two, wanted to make sure we understood how everyone is situated in this, because oftentimes we hear, that's great, I'm glad I know a little bit more about myself, but let's get into the work. What can I actually do? And we want to help people slow down and understand that the individual beliefs and identity that we hold, they inform the building culture and that we serve. And then that building culture informs the organizational culture. And it doesn't just go one way, it kind of goes inward as well. But we want to make sure that people understand that, because we often have to slow people down because they want to get to just tell me what to do. Session two, we really took we came in a little bit more narrow on bias and racial bias in particular by talking about racial scripts. And racial scripts are those detailed instructions in our lives about how we are supposed to view other races and how we're supposed to view ourselves. We spent a lot of time really working through those stories of like our leadership journeys, those racial scripts and where they came from, the earliest times when we talked about race, and really helped bring that to light. So then we moved on to session three, where we talked about power and privilege. Right. So now we've got an understanding of bias. We've got an understanding of our racial scripts. Now let's take a look at our power, the power and privilege that we have, because we all have it in some way. So as you can see, we actually crammed a lot into about 2.5 hours of session time, where we talked about allyship and anti-racism. Right. We talked about what racism is, but to work against it, you actually have to be active and be an anti-racist. We talked about how to approach additional isms. We defined power and privilege, not just in leadership, because that's important. I think that those, adults can see that pretty easily, how the power and privilege that they have, whether it's positional or relational or knowledge even, can really impact how they lead. And we use the case study method this time, where we examine the power and privilege scenario that involved a white student using a racial slur toward a student of color. We had people be able to see, one, the power and privilege that a teacher might have had in that situation, the social power that was present between the students, where one student might say something, another takes it because they feel like they might be powerless, and then talk about what you might be able to do as either a teacher, but B, more importantly, the leader who might be supporting that teacher. And then lastly, you see this kind of picture back here. It is a continuum on becoming an anti-racist multicultural organization, where we had participants take a self-assessment, so to speak, of the system and where they think they are, which help provide some kind of pathway to thinking about what are the things that need to happen to move us toward a more equitable system. And I'll wrap the learning series here with the last two sessions. Session 4 we have done. Session 5, as you see, is coming up May 15th. But the focus on both are really about the same. And they focus on the immunity to change process. If you are a Brene Brown fan, you probably heard this even recently, where she had Dr. Lisa Leahy on to talk about the immunity to change process. And we use this process because we find it to be a very powerful way to help people, in particular, in this case, leaders, really think about what is getting in the way. We all are able to set goals, and for some reason, we just can't seem to reach them. Top of the charts on that goal is weight loss a lot of times. And there's always something there that gets in the way. It's usually not time, like we might say. It's usually not the food that we can afford or can't afford to buy. It's usually none of those things. It usually is something else going on. And we think about the immunity change system is really like a psychological immune system. Your immune system is meant to keep you safe from something. And so we walk participants in this through the process. And as you see that little puppet hand, we call it the unconsciously immune phase. You're being controlled by some psychological immune system that you are not even aware of. So what we do is we have people map it out in a sequence of prompts that really help then people start to see, okay, I am now consciously immune. I can see my immune system. I'm still being controlled by it, but I can at least see it. And this shows up when you continue to do the same behavior that works against your goal. In my case, I want to lose weight, but I'm choosing not to exercise. I see the immunity and I see the problem, but I'm just not doing it. And then we work people to being consciously released. And that means that, you know what? I am no longer held subject to this psychological immune system. I know about it. I still have to think really hard about it, but I'm released from it. I'm no longer held subject to it. And then lastly, the ultimate goal is to become unconsciously released, which means this is just how you function. So at this time, we're working with leaders in being in this consciously immune space and helping them work toward the consciously released space. And we're doing that. We initially drafted the maps with leaders in the session and then decided to carry it over into the coaching space. So we're having leaders run little tests throughout the weeks between coaching sessions, so you can come back and really see that immune system in action and start to do something about it. And then last piece here on that I'll speak to is the coaching part. I'm sorry, there's one more piece. There's a leadership coaching that we do. We've had 18 leaders. We were able to offer up to 5 hours of coaching per leader. And right now we're sitting somewhere around 2 to 4 per participant. Just scheduling challenges can kind of get in the way sometimes. And so we couple that immunity change process with the leadership circle profile. If you're familiar with it, if you're not familiar with it, rather, it is a 360-degree process where people seek feedback, not only from those that supervise them, but they seek it from their peers, and then also those that are what the assessment calls direct reports. So it really gives a comprehensive view on the strengths and areas for growth that leaders can work on. And we use that as well in conjunction with the immunity to change process. And we believe this is really strong because oftentimes if you go into a coaching session just as a coachee with your own ideas about what you need to work on, you may be right, but oftentimes you're not as accurate unless you have the feedback of other people that experience your leadership. And I think that is it. I know I was rapid fire, but we want to make sure we honor time. And I think, Nicole, you're going to take this one.
Anthony, could you go back one more slide? I think we want to talk about the teacher PD session.
It is just loading on my end. I don't know if that's what you see.
I do see the same there.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there, but this slide seems to be having some problems. So I hope you all can at least see that, and then we'll go back full screen for the next slide.
Yeah, we can see it, Anthony.
Okay. Oh, lastly, this is the teacher PD session that we did in February. We were able to do over the course of 2 days, and I believe across 5 different groups, we were able to engage all the teachers at the schools in a really, really quick session, really focus on that unconscious bias, with the kind of theme being the single story and the dangers of it. And so in a bit, we'll share some of the feedback that was given to us in the survey after the session. But really what we wanted to do was help people really reflect on their own identity, because we see identity as situational and hierarchical, meaning some aspects of our identity matter in some places and not so much in other places. And so you see there, we did that with an interactive activity or an identity walk, shared this video about the power of a single story. And then we left teachers with strategies to help minimize bias. And then the post-workshop session that was led by site leaders, we added a reflection prompt, really focused on applications. Like, okay, great. So you learned something from us, or at least we hope you did. Now, what is it that you want to do moving forward in your classroom that you can do tomorrow? Okay. All right. Now I'll turn it over to Nicole to talk about the feedback and what we see as the impact of our work so far.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. And I will say we had about 5 sessions across 2 days with teachers, highly engaging, just a lot of good questions, a lot of great feedback in the session. And so, really, really productive for the first kind of engagement like this. We even got people out of their seats walking from, across the room when we did the identity walk exercise, and just high participation. So I just wanted to share that. One of the things that we did in terms of our survey was we just asked the question, like, what is it that you can implement right away? And that can be hard, right? Because it's just, I think it was about an hour and a half worth of a session for each group. But we did get some really valuable feedback, and we thought it was important to share. So I'll give you a moment to look, and I'll just kind of voice them over as well. A teacher wrote, I want to slow down on judgments, ask questions when someone presents information to me about students, facts versus opinions. To continue to address my own unconscious biases and how they impact my teaching. To avoid the single narrative in both my relationships with students, but also in the material that I teach. One of the things that we did was we showed a video about where there's harm when we have a single narrative about a person, a family, and what the impact is on teaching when we carry that single narrative into the work that we do. So having that call out about avoiding that and being conscious of it was really interesting to see. The next one, I will get curious and ask questions when I hear people climbing up the ladder of inference. That's kind of that reflexive loop that Anthony was talking about, where you kind of shoot right up the ladder and make assumptions about others. We want to make sure that we're climbing back down that ladder slowly. And so seeing that layering, I think that's something that has been talked about within the district already, that we were able to support the direction in that as a tool to come back down the ladder. We need to check each other, keep each other in check, point out when a single story comment is made. We know this comes up, which is like, what happens when you hear something? So having that awareness about communicating with others when they hear those single narratives is pretty interesting as well. I can be more aware of my decisions and work to repair any harm done by my level 1 brain. Being responsible for my second and third thoughts can help me better connect with stakeholders and navigate my environment with more awareness and empathy. So that system 1, system 2 thinking hopefully is spreading across the district as an approach to how to deal with those kind of immediate thoughts and reactions and assumptions about others. one-on-one meetings with families, getting more curious about students and interests. And then the final one that we presented today is reconsider my tried and true methods with students who are struggling with behavior expectations and dig deeper. So that was the teacher feedback. We also had an opportunity to ask the leaders, would you kindly share the impact that this work to date has had on you as a leader? And they also shared as well. So I'm going to give you a moment to take a look at that. So starting from the left, we heard feedback that this work has helped them become more sensitive to those around them. I've had the opportunity to confidently disrupt some of the biases that have come up in conversations, both in the school as well as in my personal life. I really appreciate the investment in this work. So this is really great because we're getting to see some of the action steps that are being taken outside of these learning workshops. We spend a lot of time talking about DEI and its importance to the district. These meetings are actually doing something to move us in the right direction. At the top, I am modeling my willingness to examine my beliefs and sharing that with staff, so we may build the strength to do that as a team for our students and families. I look forward to more work on this and helping me work through my assumptions. I'm excited for the opportunities that this will open for my staff. I greatly appreciate the coaching aspect. I feel like I have been offered a window into my behaviors versus just what I feel like I want to improve. This is the unique piece about the coaching, as we know that there are a lot of new principals within the district. So we had the opportunity and are having the opportunity to not only touch on the equity aspects of those challenges within leadership, but also some of those broad leadership challenges, right? So if we're talking about making sure that equity, diversity, inclusion is a part of the DNA of the district, it's also a part of the DNA of being a leader, having that awareness. So there's a lot of crossover there that we've been able to support administrators on. And then the last one, I have really appreciated working with First Water. I've really grown in my ability to see different perspectives and lead for more equity. I appreciate the openness of Nicole and Anthony. It has helped us to create an environment for risk taking and vulnerability, and I've recommended them. So we just appreciate and wanted to share this positive feedback just so you could not only hear from us, but also from the people who were engaged in the work on what some of those outcomes were for them specifically. And before we wrap up and move on to questions, we wanted to talk to you a little bit about potential impact. We don't know for sure what the through line is. We know we're just scratching the surface, and building awareness was the biggest piece of business that we wanted to accomplish with this work. But we do understand and know that this work is really about mindset change, and to change those mindsets and then to change those behaviors. So what we have at the top is that, first of all, this work contributes to fulfilling district goal number 1. So all student scholars will experience an excellent, diverse, equitable, and inclusive education by providing implicit bias, restorative practices, and community well-being training for all staff in their work with students. So we're just a component of that larger goal, but that is what this work is addressing. Leadership creates the conditions for change. So that's what we've talked about, change. Not only are we asking leaders to be reflective and think about their own change, but also creating the conditions for change within their own buildings. So they'll have to lead the work and own the work and be that influence. And so both increasing awareness of self, increasing where these challenges come up. We don't want to have those challenges be unknowns. We want those to be clear where disparities are happening. For example, in grading, we use that as a case study. And then also just increasing comfortability in having these difficult conversations. So moving beyond awareness is taking action. So what we saw and what we're hoping for with creating conditions of change is that these conversations can be had. They can be had swiftly, they can be had directly, and the impact can be reached by others. And then these conditions help teachers. So we work with teachers as well to increase awareness of self and the biases they hold. And then, with that awareness, then there's a different mindset and a different perceived, view of students and families. Moving beyond single narratives, we're not saying that everyone has single narratives. We understand that those narratives are being shared within the district based on those working sessions that we had with the teachers. And so just moving beyond that would be excellent. And those are the conditions that are helping teachers then interact with their students in a more inclusive manner. And the end result, students, We hope that this work continues to make shifts. It will increase the sense of belonging, the engagement with students from all the stakeholders involved in their education, that they can engage with the content and that there's a responsiveness to their student needs. And overall that academic excellence is achieved. So that's where we see just scratching the surface with some of the impact and what the through line can look like. But this is also not inclusive of all the things that could occur, but we just wanted to capture that for you. And with that, I think that is the end of our presentation. And we'll open up the floor for any questions that you have.
I was just wondering, you talked about teachers and administrators. What about the classified staff? They're often the first face you see when you come to a school. They interact with students in the hallways, on the playground, in the cafeteria. And I've had several classified staff tell me that they would love some PD like this. So I was just wondering where they stand in the whole idea of meeting with campus staff.
Yeah, and I will, we'll also invite Maite and Matthew, if you want to join us in these, answering these questions as well. We see the work as in phases. This was an initial entry point with leadership, but there's definitely space and opportunity and a priority to engage classified staff. We were able to interview some and to get some perspectives. Definitely not enough for the moment, but I do recognize and understand the priority and appreciate you bringing that up.
And I'll just add that, you know, when we originally were in conversations about what can be done, you know, time and budget, you know, resources that we have to always consider. So when we tried to figure out how best that we were going to be able to engage with classifieds, it became really difficult to try to find ways to get like all classified in either one room together at the same time or trying to do multiple phases. So we're still working with Maite to really think about how we can make that happen in another engagement. But before we even get to thinking about another engagement, one of the reasons, this is an additional reason as to why we focus on the leadership. You know, my doctoral work actually focused on leaders as being not necessarily the person to do all the work, but the person to create the conditions for change to happen. And it's called salt in the oats, meaning like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So the leader can salt its oats by thereby increasing likelihood that the people who are following will actually drink the water. In this case, being leading for equity and acting in an equitable manner.
So we are in conversation about how to include classified in this next round of work. There are some scheduling complications, but it is definitely on our minds, and we know the importance of it.
Alan or Mia, do you guys have any questions? No. Jump in anytime. I had a question about, like, I saw that there was some feedback, but what about outcomes? Like, how do we know, how are we measuring that this is actually making an impact, especially on students? Because that's who we're all serving. Much like in the scenario that you presented, I mean, we see incidents and hear about incidents like that all the time of just straight up racist incidents that just seem to be commonplace and not really being addressed. So yeah, I'm just wondering about the outcomes and the accountability as well.
Yep. You know, I think that's one of the challenging things about this kind of work, particularly because right now we're really focused, as you saw, we're really focusing a lot on the individual leader behavior and how they can position themselves to really stand up and say something, or, you know, help their teams, their team members or teachers say something and interrupt these biases when they occur, or even racial events when they occur. So at this time, you know, we have no impact data we have no way to say, like, right now, we can tell you that discipline rates have fallen 10%, or student achievement has risen by 5%, or a sense of belonging has happened because we're in the work now. And I always wrestle with the tension between the fierce urgency of now and then the reality of change. We're working within a system, and this is not exclusive to PCS, but we're working in a system that has been building the way it's been doing things for years. And 5 sessions over the course of 10 months is not going to be enough to make that happen like immediately. Our hope, though, is that people, as things like System 1, System 2 language and thinking start to permeate throughout the district, and the way that people actually show up and how they see kids, and in conjunction with the other work that you're doing, PBIS and restorative circles, that this is a part of the puzzle that will help to start moving it forward to reduce and hopefully eliminate at some point those racist incidents, those sexist incidents, those homophobic incidents, all of the isms that come up that you all are hearing about and seeing every day.
I have a question. I think it's more for PCS staff. Anthony kind of touched on accountability and how part of this is leadership development. So we are empowered to point out when an issue is happening with each other. What is the accountability for teachers that either miss the PD or just refuse to engage? Or, I mean, at my job, we have DEI trainings every month. And if I missed one, I would have to make it up. And if I got caught doing something racist, I would be in big trouble. Yeah, I would be fired. Yeah.
Do you want me to, I mean, I can answer part of that,
Yeah,
part of that
thank you.
question, Caitlin. So right now, the training with the teachers was contained to the one staff development day. And there were teachers, we had a very good turnout, very good, much of our staff was there, but we also had people that for various reasons, sick or things that were going on in their lives. That would be something we need to talk about. One is how do we go back, and then what is the ongoing next steps? Because like one staff development day isn't going to, 5 sessions isn't going to change leaders, and one staff development isn't going to change a teacher's perspective. So we appreciate that. There is a bigger piece of how do we continue this, and how do we go back to be able to get people some of the learning that they might have missed if they missed out on that day. But we haven't gotten the solution to that yet.
Yeah, I think that's part of the conversation that Anthony and Nicole and I we're doing some planning here in the next couple of weeks for the fall to see what that looks like. I also just want to highlight, yes, we've done 5 sessions here and 1 teacher session here, but I also think it tells people the direction that we're going, right? So you may not have been there, but you do know that there's a shift happening. And I think that's an important piece of this as well. We certainly want people there, and we'll find ways to make sure that they're included. But it's also just, this is the direction, this is the vision, and it's being enacted.
And also just add, we didn't see an abnormal absence rate on that day, the professional development day. I walked in, we had PBIS circle training happening in one part of campus at Petaluma High, and then I walked into a packed multi-purpose room with our staff moving from one area to another. And I think I actually walked in and Anthony embarrassed me, about something. So it was a great day. I mean, we may have had a few staff members who weren't there for whatever reason, but almost everyone was there. Our certificated staff that day. And that was a professional development day right before school started. So.
That just took me. So I'm trying to kind of figure out about the participation of the leadership group. And it sounded like it was voluntary and that there were only 18 of our leaders that participated. And so I'm just wondering what the process was for that, if it is voluntary, if I misheard that, and how that's going to become not voluntary.
So I think there's a distinction here. All of our leaders, all of our administrators, our site administrators are participating in the 5 sessions. I think what he's talking about, the more voluntary part, is the coaching. So some of the, is that, I mean,
Yeah, that's
So we
correct.
just have, so, because you started with like a number of over 30 and then 18 were the ones that participated. So I'm just trying to figure out who those 18
Right.
are and.
Yeah.
So the learning sessions that are happening, that's site leaders, district leaders. The coaching is for 8, I think we could fit in 18 based on resources. And so 18, I don't know if the majority, I'm not sure exactly who's on the list. Anthony, I don't know if the majority are site leaders or not.
Yeah, the majority are site leaders, and maybe, let's see, at a quick glance, maybe 5 district level. So I think it's like 13 and 5 or something, like some combination, but the majority is principals. And as Maite said, that was based on resources that were available.
And I'll add to that, the number that was represented, the 30 something count. Those are the people that express interest in participating in a focus group. And then when we reach back out to accommodate for confidentiality and offered interviews, the number of participants changed based on scheduling, responsiveness. So that's what that number was about.
I really appreciate this update. I've been hearing positive things about the work that First Water is doing with our district, and I think the report has been really great to help me understand how this is working out. I think the sum feedback that the board is talking about is about scale. Is how do we get this up to scale fast, right? And then when I looked at that earlier slide about the 2 days of the teachers, and then there's been a lot of emphasis on the leadership, which is warranted and needed. I want to make sure all of our teachers get the support they need to make these adjustments when they're needed, that the leaders can support these teachers. I think it's going to be that. I think it sounds like that's what you have in mind, is that the site leaders become the support system for the site staff and teachers on equity things. I think it sounds like that's where it's headed. I think what we're saying is we want scale fast, including the classified folks. I also, I think we've kind of tasked First Water with the hardest part of this equity endeavor, which is about addressing our perceptions and our values and how we interact with people. There was this other piece that I think Arendo touched on that I don't want us to lose focus on, which is systems. What are the systems in our district that perpetuate inequitable outcomes? AP classes and gateway courses, athletics. We're going to talk about fundraising and financial barriers later on today, but those are more, I think, tangible and immediate and doable. This work that First Water is doing is going to be long haul, long-term outcomes, but in the meantime, I don't want us to lose sight of the systems issues that we probably still need to work on. I appreciate the work that's going on here.
I appreciate you saying that, Sheldon. I guess that gets to more of what I was trying to ask, but not as eloquently as you. I guess what we as district, you guys do the day-to-day with district staff, like what type of accountability when we continue to see people, they use the term operating in their unconsciously immune selves, how do we move them to being conscious? And I guess just like, when we look at the youth truth data, we see that the students continue to have a very different experience than the adults do. And I'm really glad to hear the positive feedback from the adults. But then Are we going to see that translated into youth truth? Are we going to see it translated, like Sheldon was saying, AP honors classes, leadership, racial incidents being addressed? Have we thought about how we're going to hold folks accountable in this work?
You want to take that, Maite?
That's
That's a
that's the question, right? How do we do that? And I think one of the things that we're looking at, particularly with the board policy, the hate motivated behavior one, I don't know that people have enough familiarity with it, that we have this board policy and we should be using it. It's not something it's not just words on a paper. It actually needs to be acted upon. So I think that it's bringing those things to light and saying, here it is, this is the way that we do business. And so I think there's that piece. And the Youth Truth Survey and all of the surveys that we're doing with our students are not indicating that their experience is what we would want it to be, right? And I think that's a number of factors at play. I think it's the reality of the experience we've all had. I also think that it's what's happening in our school sites. And so this change takes time, and I know we don't, and I'm as impatient, and I have like the attention span of I want it done now, but stomping my feet is not really working. So I'm having to move slower. I have to go back to that systems 2 thinking, and how am I strategizing and how am I helping move this work forward? And I think it's these difficult conversations that administrators are having that will make a difference. But I understand you, and I understand that we want it faster, and I understand that we want some more accountability. And I think those are conversations that we need to have to make sure that those things are in place.
And I think these are conversations that we've heard for a while. I mean, when we talked with before First Water with Circle Up, and what is this work? Sheldon touched on scale. Joanna, you're hitting on the urgency, and it's really when we see students who are still having negative experiences in our schools, and there's this sense of urgency there to disrupt these, racist words, homophobic words, the isms that Anthony talked about. And I think part of it is just empowering the adults on campus. I mean, from the principals to our teachers, our classified staff, our students as well, who can help to interrupt this. A lot of it happens, sometimes within earshot of an adult, sometimes not. How do we, we've got someone coming on May 5th to Kenilworth, and we just had someone come over to Petaluma Junior just about a couple of weeks ago. Assemblies really impressing on our students to say that it's not okay. Some of these words or these ways of treating each other is not okay. We need to stop it now. And it has to be clear that the adults are all on the same page, and they're willing to say, no, this is not how we treat each other.
Yeah. And I think with saying that, like, it's really hard to sometimes it's difficult to get the teachers to want to step in, or sometimes they don't even know about it. So if we're able to kind of get the teachers and the staff to understand what behavior should not be tolerated, and what they should be able to do when they see this kind of behavior, and how they can address it and fix it. If we start to see those kind of teachers giving off those behaviors, those vibes, I feel like the students will respond well to that as well, and see that not only do they have hopefully a teacher in the classroom that won't put up with that hatred, but also have a teacher somewhere else that they can confine with, and that they can talk to about this issue, so we can actually get information from these students about what's happening. Because like Matthew said, there's a lot of incidents on campuses that go unnoticed. They're not talked about because people see them and don't do anything, or the victim feels like they don't have a voice, or they feel like they don't have anyone to turn to. So if we can make sure that the staff are a welcoming and inviting opportunity to get these incidences fixed, and to get that student reprimanded, then hopefully we'll be able to have the goal that we're looking for.
Hey, Mia, you mentioned the importance of having an adult that a student can go talk to. And there's a lot of our students who don't have that. And from a student perspective, what can we do to ensure that students have adults that they can trust and talk to? I know there's not a magic wand, or we would have waved it a long time ago, but suggestions, ideas.
That's a great question, actually. So that part is difficult because not every student is going to feel comfortable with every adult. Now I know that specifically on my campus that there are plenty of adults that I know that I can speak with. But it's really difficult because no matter how much I advocate for that, I'll see kids struggling with something. I'm like, hey, maybe you should email Maite, or maybe you should email this and we can have a conversation. It's best for them because a lot of the times, a lot of these students don't know. And especially if they feel unsafe on their campus or feel like they can't find any help on their campus, they don't know that there's a bigger picture, that there's people here that actually do want to help them. So maybe knowing that they do have those resources, actually being aware that there's someone here to help them. But like I said before, it's also incredibly difficult. There's a lot of students that have been scarred by teachers in the past and that feel as if there is no one, and there never will be. Just because someone tells you there is doesn't mean there's going to. So like you said, unfortunately, we don't have a little magic wand to change their minds, but the best we can do is to let them know that we are here and to make a presence known instead of kind of waiting for it to change on its own.
I want to just thank you. Thank you, Mia. Your voice 100 times more powerful when you say it than when any of us adults say it. It's true. And I think when we most recently for our LCAP, we did a teacher, staff, parent, and a student forum sitting actually here, right here in the boardroom, and recorded that. I mean, if Maite and I have talked, a lot about having, information sessions where at each school site where we could have some students sharing their experience at the school. I think teachers and staff would be very receptive to hearing that. And actually, it's just very impactful to hear that this is the experience. We do, we're doing this pulse survey. We do youth truth surveys. We can share the data. We can look at the data. We're trying to shine a flashlight on particularly, this is about changing hearts and minds, right? It's very hard. It's hard work, long-term work. But by looking at each student and asking, do you have a trusted adult on campus? We're looking at numbers. Mia, you said you've got lots of adults you can talk to. That's not how a lot of our students are feeling right now. That basic level. And if our teachers and staff knew that, I know that, 99.9% are going to say, we need to fix this as a staff. And it's not going to come from somewhere else. It's going to come from the staff, the teachers and staff at each school site are going to be the ones to fix that. So, but they need, they need to know, and they need to be part of the solution.
Yeah, there's a few students on my campus, and especially some of my friends, where they'll be facing these issues as well. And I'll tell them something that we may have discussed in a board meeting, or something that happened that I like one of these programs or something like that. And the thought alone, that knowing that something is happening, anything, because not a lot has been happening, can be reassuring on its own. And a lot of these programs, of course, are going to take years to be able to install, but I feel like even a small bit of progress could change a lot of mindsets and can make a lot more people have trust in the district.
So I was thinking with just kind of like letting the students know that things actually are happening, because like when things are like these programs are being installed, I think that lots of students on campus don't actually know what's happening, and letting the students know that, like teachers are going through training, professional development for equity, that also help the students build more trust and more faith into the adults so they can actually share what's going on. And in terms of like trying to reach the students so that they have more trust in the adults and other people that they can reach out to, I think it's probably just constantly pushing out that message. Like, even if it does sound repetitive, I know that like if students do need that help, they'll know where it is and how to get to it.
Can I ask you, both of you, what would be the most effective way to get that message out to the students? Because
have you ever heard of Trojan Broadcast? So there are a lot of schools. I know that the junior high does this sometimes, CASA does it sometimes, Guadalupe does it every day. Where there is an announcement video that goes up every morning that can have this kind of information. That the only problem is that I know with Church and Broadcast is we don't always get this information, and we find out that these events are going on or these meetings are going on, and we don't find out until the next week. So I feel like also it's really difficult with these like newsletters and like the parent square get sent out. Not everyone reads those, which is unfortunate because they do contain very valuable information, very helpful information. And I do know that with Church and Broadcast, the kids are forced to watch it. So that might be good. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of schools are doing things like that. And especially with these programs are definitely they are for student, staff, parents, or for everyone. But a lot of the times they're more catered for the students that are sitting in class that day. And if they hear, oh, there's just a discussion about how we can fix racism on campus, they're actually trying to do something, like letting them know, giving them that reassurance.
I think with these things that we're working on, like Mia kind of said, the best way wouldn't to be just like pushing out on Student Square, Parent Square email. And I know for a fact that most of the students that I talk to, at least like they don't even check their email. I mean, like you can't expect all students to check their email. I mean, I know like a great amount do, but a majority of them don't actually do that. But I do know that with our Gaucho Weekly Roundup, and also when I was in Kenilworth, KTV, students are always looking forward to that. Like at the end of the week on Fridays, they're always looking forward to it. And so if we do have messages to push out or like programs that we're trying to show out to other students and know that support's there and that we're working on things, this and that, it's definitely letting them know about it. And that's probably the best way to kind of spread that news.
Not to promote my thing or anything, but it's it's like a lot of these messages, like we've said, just go completely unheard. And it's really important that we have these kind of morning announcements. So not only can kids know what time the badminton game is, but they can know that there's actual work being done. Like he said, they look forward to that every Friday, like kind of combining it with something that they don't necessarily see as a chore. Like there's some kids on campus that are like, oh my God, Church and Broadcast again. And then there's like some kids that are like, I wonder what's going to be on Church and Broadcast today. And if we can throw in that information that we discuss here, because a large majority aren't watching, then they'll have a sense that we actually want them to know what we're saying and to make it feel less like a private thing.
All right, anyone else? Questions, comments?
I mean, I think our two great student reps are they're building on what Maite was saying earlier, which is maybe just, as a boost, just awareness that we're doing this. This is a long-term thing, but just making people aware that we're doing this could help set the tone on these campuses. So, I mean, appreciate how we can reach the students. I would say we should reach our parents too somehow. I don't know what that medium is, but we should message our parents as well.
Yeah, thank you both. I know back in July when we were doing our goal setting sessions, we were talking about how do we cultivate empathy. And I thank Nicole and Anthony for your work in doing that, doing your part in that and that work. And I agree. I feel like if students know that this is something that we're working towards, then maybe they'll feel freer to reach out to more adults on campus. So, all right. Anything else on this topic?
No,
No.
I think.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate your work and look forward to continued scaling of this work to other adults and really, I think we talked as we were getting ready for this presentation, I said the one question that I know for sure you're going to hear is, how is this reaching our students? And because that's ultimately, we want to get it to we want our students to see, we want them to see this change. And so that's the work. So as we look forward to it. So thank you too for your hard work here.
Matthew, you know us so well. You even know what questions to.
I can
prep people
anticipate
with.
it. So next up, we're going to have Jason's going to has a presentation. We're going to talk about building a diverse teacher pipeline and staff retention. Before Jason starts, I just want to share, we have, as many of you know, we have a residency program right now that we're working on. We in conjunction with Santa Rosa City Schools, Old Adobe, but really with Sonoma State University on placing doing a residency program for really college students to come onto our campuses, perhaps as a junior, get some credit that you potentially do their classes on our campus. And then ideally we're keeping those bilingual with math credentials, science credentials, CTE credentials, keeping them on our campuses. But this is a little bit different. We've been talking about how can we grow our own, literally grow our own from within our schools. So I'll let Jason take it from there.
All right, thank you, Matthew. So starting out with one of our board goals. So, you know, I know that we really appreciate how targeted and focused our goals are, and they're really clear about what we're trying to accomplish. This one in particular for human resources, creating systems to hire new staff and retain current staff in order to ensure that our adults are reflective of our students. You know, Matthew mentioned we've been doing a lot of doing everything we can to change our hiring practices and adjust our hiring practices to think outside the box and partner with places like Sonoma State and other districts to do the residency program, doing job fairs and everything we can do. And that's been great. What we do see is that there's a couple of challenges with that approach, and that is that we're competing for the same small number of students from Sonoma State, North Coast, and Dominican maybe. There's other places outside of that, but that's where we get the majority of our teachers from. We're competing with all the other districts in the area. And when we look at the candidates coming out of those programs, they aren't reflective of demographically of what we're looking for to diversify our workforce. They just aren't. So trying to think about what else can we do in addition to those things. If we look at, this was a slide that we shared with you a while ago when we did a report, and it really highlights kind of what we're looking at is that you can see, so hopefully you remember this, but we can see that the yellow is our student populations, and the different percentages of our student populations within the districts. The light blue is our classified staff. And then the darker blue is our certificated staff, our teachers and such. And we can see that that the classified staff is a little bit more in line with our student population, or reflective of our student population than our certificated, but our certificated is really not at all close when we're looking at 90% of our certificated staff as white, and very small percentage any other categories. So that is identifying the area that we really want to focus on. How do we change that as we diversify our workforce? So thinking about how we might be able to grow our own employees instead of waiting. If you look at this kind of pathway, this might be the pathway for someone that becomes, actually just going back, the thing I wanted to focus on this was that we see the greatest area of need obviously is the certificated. So when we think about that, the pathway for staff that go to become our certificated staff, they usually graduate, they go to some kind of a four-year school and get a credential. And then after they get their credential, we try and swoop them up and hire them. So thinking about how can we go farther back within that pipeline and in that system to identify people that could be teachers to help diversify our workforce. So if we started at the beginning by identifying high school graduates and find maybe, for example, this is a draft plan, just a rough draft, but maybe say committing 10 students from our high schools that are interested in becoming teachers and that represent some of our targeted demographics, maybe in this case, bilingual, bicultural students that are interested in becoming a teacher. Work with them to support them as they leave high school and go into the CSU or UC systems. And maybe it's something small, but I have two kids that are in college, $500 a year for books they would love it. So if you look at the cost of that, it's not astronomical, but we're showing our support to these students as they continue through this process. We would, year one, if we had 10 students, then we gave them each $500 a year to support with their schooling. That's a cost of $5,000. And every year you're adding 10 more. So if everybody stayed with it, I still want to be a teacher, the max cost would be by year 4, you have students in all 4 years of their college, and you're putting out maybe $20,000. Possibly also looking at how do we provide mentoring support for students to help make sure that they're successful as they go through getting their bachelor's degree. And then as they move through that, they're going to move into a credential program. Those that did continue with that, up the commitment. So maybe each year, usually candidates get their credential in a year after they've got their 4-year degree. They do 1 year to get their credential. And if we were budgeting, for example, $10,000 to supporting people getting their credential, you divide that by the number of candidates. If we had all 10 stayed with it, they'd each get $1,000. If you had half of them, they each get $2,000 and so forth. But that would be one thing to financially support them as they continue their studies, and also arranging a system where their candidates, their student teach in our district, because that's always a big piece. You look at where teachers teach, and where they student teach is usually where they end up getting a job more often than not. So supporting them as they're getting their credentialing, and then looking at when we go to hiring, guaranteeing all of those candidates an interview. No matter what, we're going to give you an interview for any job you apply. And if we do end up hiring you, offering them a signing bonus, which we don't typically do. But these would be specific for students that we identified early on, worked with them to bring them back to the classroom as teachers in their hometown, in the place where they graduated from high school. So if you look at it, it would look something like this, where you're going all the way back to the beginning, and instead of waiting till that last, right in between the 3rd and 4th step, starting at the first step and trying to identify how we could help diversify our workforce by growing our own and bringing our own students back to the district as employees. So there's a couple of next steps if we were to go with some kind of plan like this. Obviously, this is, as I mentioned, a first draft, but if we had some kind of plan like this, we'd need to identify the funding and where that comes from. Is that district funding? Are we looking for partners? Is that grants? We need to find a way and a process for identifying the high school graduates that would be part of this program. And then there's also a piece of working with PFT specifically, the idea of a signing bonus we don't usually do. So working with them around developing agreements for providing that in this unique and specific case. So this is just, we wanted to share with you one of the ideas that was outside the box of what we've been doing in the past. And it's still in its design phase, but just wanted to share with you our thinking at this time and see if you had any questions about it.
And so if I can just jump into it, just to back up just a little bit. So can you go back one slide? Yeah. So the high school graduates there, I think it's important also to note that, so as we know, we've just gotten some, fortunate to get some funding from the CTE Foundation, and we've hired a CTE College and Career Readiness Coordinator, Dr. Osterman. One of the things I've already started talking to him about is we look at the high school graduates and we look at our CTE pathways right now. How easy would it be for a group of educators and schools to flesh out a CTE pathway for education for educators? And so I think if you look at that from the high school lens, if we were to have this pathway for students to perhaps they do, I'm talking about, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors in high school, having an opportunity to go and either volunteer or work in a local preschool, local elementary school, junior high, high school, getting some experience as a teacher, saying, for example, one of these two poster children right here, to say, I'm interested in becoming a teacher. I have that in my mind. A lot of our high school students know that may be something they're interested in. You take an interest class, a level 2, and then a capstone class in an education pathway. Then we're looking at a committee to select some diverse students that could help us to shift the balance a little bit, so that our teachers, when we say a diverse pipeline, we mean exactly what Jason put up there. teachers that really represent or students can see themselves in their teachers, we start to build that out, and then we work with, we've met with, and I thank you for being here. Maureen Highlands here from PEF. We shared this with her as well, and started talking about how through PEF, they already manage, a few scholarships for students who are going into education or looking to, that is their pathway. So how could we work collaboratively with PEF a foundation that could help us with some of this funding? And the funding that I see from the district could be that 4,000, and you could put, $ XXXX. It doesn't matter. The dollar sign or the money here is just an idea. We're not putting, don't think about that as that has to be what it is. Whatever the signing bonus is, that would be district funds. I mean, we typically, that's the typical thing for district. While you're in school, the mentoring we could potentially provide, but while you're in school, getting your credential, that's really from my seat of my opinion, is a foundation kind of funding that, or perhaps there are people out in the community who would like to participate in this and say, you know what, I'd love to see a more diverse, and I'd love to be part of that selection committee, and we get some teachers and staff and administrators and maybe community members, maybe some of the donors want to come and be participate in that. So that's kind of where I see the funding coming from. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that pathway.
Don't they already have a class at CASA? I don't know if it's a CTE or if it's just one class about being an educator.
Is it?
They have some child development
We just
classes.
approved one.
child
Yeah.
development.
Yeah, we just approved
A
one.
few meetings ago, we approved one, right? It's gonna be in the fall or?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not, so it may be coming in the fall. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's start. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think a pathway is really, I mean, what we'd be looking for, at least 2 or 3 classes that could help, with a capstone that students really are expressing their interest in doing that. So maybe that could, or maybe not, tie into what we're discussing right now.
Internships, if we want
Mhm.
students to have that practice, tutoring, working, as a teacher's aide, could be, so then a kid can go, oh yeah, I really do like this. Or no, this is not for me.
I love this idea. I mean, the teacher pipeline in California is dry and very white. And, that's that third arrow on the right, we always complain about. It's just so small and,
Right.
But, our students in high school, they are very diverse in this state. And we just got to mentor our children to think about education as a really viable, career and pathway to middle class. And I mean, it's just, I love this idea. There's going to be, we're going to have a lot of, the yield is going to be small. I think we have to expect that the yield is going to be small. Recruit 50 students over 5 years and maybe get 2 of them back if we're lucky, something like that. But that's okay. I mean, if those other 48 are teaching somewhere else in California, I'm totally good with that. That's a victory for the state.
And when we're hiring, if we hired 2 teachers, this year that were graduates from our school, like we would be over the moon. It would be great.
Yeah.
We'd be thrilled.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things we pride ourselves on, I mean, we look at our high schools, we have a lot. I mean, I know we talk about CASA a lot, but CASA has a lot of teachers who are former students. Petaluma High does as well. I mean, we have a lot of people who want to come back to this district. And so I'm hoping it's more than 2 out of 50, Sheldon, but I would be happy. I'd be happy for it too. But I'd love to hear from, maybe I just have, my rose colored glasses on right now, but I'd love to hear from Ellen and Mia. If you, from a student perspective, if you were, even in 8th grade or 9th grade, and you knew teaching was a pathway, would this idea speak to you?
I think like most of the students that are juniors and especially seniors, they don't have a specific idea of what they want to do yet, especially juniors, because we're just trying to like cram out APs and all that stuff. But if we do have these opportunities of like, I mean, the best way I think is to like get more students into programs like this would be to expose them to teaching, expose them to children, working with kids a lot more, and kind of like find their passion for those who actually do have a passion in it. And to draw that out, that would probably be the best way. And I think that if we are able to draw them out, then, I mean, like most students are wanting to like find what they want to do, but high school, you have these like math, you have English, you have history, you have science. It doesn't really draw out your complete interest yet. But if we do offer out a lot of programs, I think a lot more students would be able to find their passion into it. And definitely, I think lots of students would be interested into this if they did, like have a passion for kids and got more exposed to it and see what it's like.
Yeah, I agree. It would definitely help a lot of students to realize what they want to do after they graduate high school. And this is also kind of like a little assistance thing, like letting them know that we taught you and now we want to continue to teach you until you can become the teacher. And I just love that idea of them coming back and seeing all the classrooms that they were in, and now like they're the ones teaching. Like, that's crazy. But I know that one of my friends had just received a PEF scholarship for about basically like 1,000 in like the education department. And she is just so excited because she is great with kids. She has a babysitting job for one of the teachers at PHS actually. So I just see the way that it really impacts her, and that little push to help, because college is so expensive, that little push coming from big corporations and coming from people who actually want to see that success is definitely, like we said before, that kind of affirmation that we really are here for them. And I think that this program reflects that absolutely, like perfectly. So I like it.
I would love to put a plug in for our paraprofessionals as well. I mean, I think focus is so typically on certificated staff in a school district, but our paraprofessionals do a tremendous job. And from a student opportunity, I could envision us offering students summer interns in our summer school program, or even in some of our preschool and childcare programs where we have this ELOP opportunity, right, where we're doing extended learning opportunities, but approaching it from a paraprofessional, because that's where you can really expose students to really coming in. It's almost like a tutor if you think about paraprofessionals as tutoring. I know a lot of college students do tutoring on the side, and I could see us engaging students in that. But really kind of in the paraprofessional world. We just hired someone in the business office who was a graduate of ours and who was an instructional assistant. And so anyway, I just want to put a plug for our classified staff. At times we have recruitment challenges there too, but in particular, paraprofessionals being part of the pathway to becoming a teacher.
Right.
Many of our instructional assistants do become teachers. So.
Maybe part of this could be summer job as well,
Well, but also as they're going to college, I mean, a lot of students work while they're going to college,
Right.
and schools tend to have more flexible schedules as far as we have 3-hour instructional assistants, we have 5-hour, 4-hour. So there's a lot of opportunities for students to work and get exposed to education in the classroom as a paraprofessional while they're going to college. Anyway, just a thought.
It's very expensive to go to college. And when you're student teaching, you really, like I waitress, so it was like kind of this mindless sort of job. So offering those little caveats of it's not a lot, but it helps. It might pay for tuition a little bit or a month's rent or whatever it is. My other question is that trying to have people come back to Petaluma, the housing is astronomically expensive. So, I would like to throw that out as part of our thinking is teacher housing as well.
I love this, I love your thinking outside that box that we keep getting into, and that it's the incentive, and for me, it's a financial incentive over 4 years. And then it builds, so if you go on, it doesn't mean that you have to do the credential. It's like, I think that alone, it's like what Alan said, you know, if you know going in, it's kind of like, huh, well, this might be something. And then you know that you're going to have a secure job, that you're going to have benefits, and that it goes with the Sonoma State Promise. So that if you can, I mean, it just feels like there's this comprehensive, thank you very much, all of you, idea that is really telling our students that they're valued, right? And that there's a place for them if they want to come back. But it's not like, it's a little more subtle. I mean, it's neat. It's really cool. I think it really has to go with a CTE. I mean, I think that would be the real icing on, well, it's more than an icing, you know, it's like the sugar. It's in a cake.
I think we were thinking like a lot about like, this could start before that pathway is completed, but that pathway would make this such a more solid plan. So
We just have to find that we have to attach the funding to it because it's.
Plus
you
the
can
idea.
start off, but you've got to be able to sustain it over time.
Yeah.
I think we also would have to explore the legality of this. And, you know, I think that the whole idea around socioeconomically disadvantaged students, regardless of bicultural, bilingual, I think is going to be an important aspect because, you know, we don't want to exclude. I think part of what holds a lot of our students back regardless is that socioeconomically disadvantaged family who maybe the students aren't at the point where they can get scholarships on their grades or whatnot. So I think I would just put out a plug for students that don't have the wherewithal in addition to the bilingual, bicultural.
It's also the idea of a guaranteed interview is perfect. I think that is something that would make this also very attractive to students.
And what about the retention piece?
That's what I was about to ask.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll ask. Do you have a? more
Yeah, no, what about staff retention too? This is all awesome. I'm very excited. I don't have any follow-up questions.
Staff retention is something we also need to put our attention to. So I think in general, like we work towards positive working environment. We partner with our labor partners and ensure that we're trying to take care of our staff. You know, I've been wondering a lot about it. I've been wondering a lot, especially as we've been doing work with the Kings and things. What are the pieces in our system that need to change to support a diverse workforce? Like, are there pieces in our system that aren't supportive of retaining a diverse workforce? And I don't know the answer to that, but that's the next bit of work that I know that we need to do in terms of the retaining, not just retaining staff in general, but also retaining a diverse staff and really figuring out if there's pieces that we need to look very closely at and make some adjustments.
Yeah, is HR staff getting a lot of PD around DEI? I mean, I think HR needs to be like the first line, even before admin. Like when someone comes and says a racist comment happens, and HR is like, well, I don't know what to do about it. Like, I'm not saying that's what happens here, but
No. Yeah.
HR needs to be like the DEI experts.
Well, in terms of me being in HR, I'm getting the training, but in terms of the department, in terms of the whole HR department, no, we haven't done that part yet. So, you know, it's a point well made.
How can we pay for it? How can we make it happen? Yeah. Right. I think it's a priority of ours. So
I think we can make it happen. I think that's a.
Just let us know what you need.
Okay, we will do that.
I also think, I mean, what a lot of the points are already made around, you know, cost of living in Sonoma County, you know, teacher pay, you just approved, you know, the biggest teacher increase, compensation increase that I can remember in my time in the district. Housing, you know, you touched on housing. What could that look like for teachers? I know that we're working with the Sonoma County Land Trust on some ideas. Affinity groups, we've talked about this before, you know, to make sure that people are feeling supported and part of a bigger thing with, especially if we were to bring in, if we can get this to work with we just need to get the funding behind it, and we need to find some donors in town who see the benefit of it as well.
What about a couple of the initiatives through the Petaluma Healthcare District, which is around equity and around, the safety of our community, the health of our community, which requires a healthy educational system. And I know that they've been reorganizing a lot, but I know that they also were going to reorganizing kind of around blue zones. I have no idea if that is helpful, but I was just wondering, talking about groups that have money and certainly a commitment to education.
Yeah, perhaps we can. We're certainly in communication with the Petaluma Healthcare District. So. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jason.
Great. All right. Do we need a break or y'all want
Need a
to
break?
keep moving? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Let's take a 5-minute.
Okay.
You guys have it. Yep. It's like the career. It's like, for example, like we have hatchery, Photoshop, like culinary. Welding. Right.
I would even like architecture design.
You have architecture design.
I would not. Maybe like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get one. Just go get that whole platter of oranges.
They're in the, there's like nuts and stuff in there that I set out.
Otherwise, you would have been
I know.
aware.
I would have been more aware.
Yeah.
I don't know about a lot of other schools. I mean, I know they don't have like hatcheries.
Oh.
But I've definitely seen a lot of school stocking shops. Not a lot of welding. Sometimes when I take whenever I go, it's crazy.
Where do you guys do it?
It's like right across from the auto shop. Yeah, it's like garage is like right across. Yeah. So there's like they do a lot of like yeah. So that whole area is kind of
You know when I first realized that we're the only school in the nation that has a hatchery, and you're the only school that has been using it. It's so cool.
I know, it's crazy. And sometimes when we talk about like in tours that they're like, oh, have you guys like been to our sister school? Like they have like the hatchery over there. And they're like, it's crazy now. Like I don't see this anywhere else. So no, that's really cool. Even though Petaluma is like such a small town, in a lot of ways it's really not that small. It feels small.
Yeah, it does.
Is it hot? Do you guys feel hot in here? Is it stuffy? I'm about to fall asleep.
Oh my God.
Does that feel? You guys feel free to just move that a little bit. But if it's getting too, yeah.
What if I should join the college?
Oh, so I went to the JC, right? So I can get my course. And then I was looking into Cal Poly Local for the wildlife conservation. They have a really cool tax stream museum.
What do you want to do, like, professional?
I don't know. I was thinking like maybe like a park ranger would be really cool. So to wear that outfit and stuff, and then also like take care of the dogs. But I'm just not really a big fan of like stamp collecting, even though that's like kind of the whole thing. But oh, gosh, thank you. Why are they on? No, they shouldn't be on.
They're red.
Oh, it's Matthew's night.
Pretty sure like not just partners, but it's part of your job. I think you probably would. I don't know if research. A lot of research.
Yeah, no, definitely. Absolutely. And it's about yesterday. It's not focused on like outside factors and I really do love the animals. I love learning, teaching about the animals because I think the more teaching aspect and the more so more like the written side would be our I did consider that. That's a really great question.
Convening at 6:55. All right, next up,
Right.
financial costs of extracurricular programs.
Yes, so for this next week's piece, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, who and I we're gonna just tackle a little bit about, paint a picture of what are the extracurricular costs for a typical student in school. And then me and Ellen, we're gonna ask you guys to give us some feedback too, just to make sure that we've captured it all. But we want to just paint a picture for second. We're gonna talk about secondary first, and then we're gonna talk a little about elementary. And we're gonna kind of get into some of the funding as well. And so please feel free to stop us, interrupt. This is your meeting. So if you have questions, fire.
Yeah, so we know that, sometimes education isn't always free and there's always extra costs that go along with it, kind of hidden costs as a part of the, educational journey that a lot of our students are on. And so some of the costs that that we have up here that students typically pay or are a cost and are paid out some way are things like college applications. It's $70 per application. I would say probably on average, students apply to 10, but sometimes they apply to 20 or more. And so you can see that that application cost adds up, can add up tremendously. So
Aren't there fee waivers for
yeah.
those? So, okay.
yeah, so some students can qualify for waivers for some of the college applications. And so, yes.
And also AP as well?
Correct. Yeah. So these are costs, and as you can see, some of the methods of payment will kind of touch on some of those things. But yes, AP exams are $127 per exam. Students pay cap and gown. Some of the packages I think are $195, but if students borrow them, it isn't a cost to them. There isn't any waivers per se for cap and gown, but the schools do loan them out for students. Students who take a SAT or ACT can range from $50 to $65 on average. But yes, some of these things, some college apps, AP exams, there are some waivers for some students. We were fortunate enough to receive the A through G block grant that also we allocated funds for to support paying for AP exams for students, as well as some other costs that are associated with those kinds of fees. Students also participate in a lot of extracurricular activities, such as prom, which it varies. These costs varies depending on the school site, but prom is about $100, homecoming about $30. Other dances can range between $5 and $30, depending if they're at the middle schools or high schools. Sports participation, it varies as well, depending on the sport. Sometimes it's a little bit more. I think I can't remember if it's at Casa Grande. For sports, students are, I think, asked to donate about $150, and then they do fundraising. Depending on the sport, it may be more. Families are asked to fundraise to support some of the costs for sports and offset those costs. Unless I'm not exactly sure what the cost is for like an ASB card, but if they don't have an ASB card and they go to the game, I think it's around $5 to $10. And Alan, you can help me confirm that. Grad night historically has been no cost. I think Casa Grande has some partnership with an organization that covers that cost, and I think Petaluma had some program like that. But maybe you can help me understand if there was any particular cost to grad night.
So grad night, that's Project Grad, right? So I think there is a cost this year. I'm
It's like
not
$65.
Sure. Ooh, sounds like fun.
I keep getting the emails. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Like
I think it was free before though.
Yeah. And yearbook ranges between $25 and $50. So a lot of, from my understanding, the school sites have conveyed that, students who are unable to pay or do not have the means to pay, schools will find a way for them to cover those costs for a lot of the students. There's boosters that fundraise and cover a lot of the costs for some of the extracurricular activities or academic costs that they may have. PTSA funds, there's waivers, but there are maybe some out-of-pocket costs that students pay for some of the activities that they might participate in. But in the most part, I know San Antonio and some of the in all ed sites, students typically don't have a cost, but they also don't have a lot of extracurricular activity as some of the comprehensive sites as well. But the secondary sites also have PTSA that supports some of their funding. Kenilworth conveyed that they have this year raised between $18,000 and $25,000. Petaluma Junior High School, about $1,600. There isn't a PTSA at the continuation and alternative sites. Casa Grande, they haven't fundraised anything at Casa Grande. The PTSA is actually winding down, but they have a booster program that supports all of the activities, and they've raised about $30,000 this year. Petaluma High School PTSA has raised between 5,000 and 7,000, but they also have various boosters, like their auto booster has raised 25,000, and other boosters have continuously raised funds as well.
So when we think about our 7 TK through 8th grade schools, and I think this is, well, I'll get to that. Can you go back one slide, Paneji? So keep in mind these numbers, and then when we get to the elementary, look at those numbers. And I want you to juxtapose the two and think about where is our missed opportunity here in our district. So let's go to the next one. So PTA funding for our TK through 8th grade schools. What kind of things does it fund? We have assemblies, community events, special days, special assemblies, teacher education, classroom activities. And teacher education, of course, is typically district funded, but if there's something that the school sites really hyper want to focus on, they may use it for that. Middle school electives, classroom and playground supplies. Some schools give each teacher a certain amount of money before the school year starts to buy supplies. Some PTAs are funding supplies for every single student in the school. So people are a little bit, again, remember equity is our theme here. We're a little bit all over the board there. Field trips, some cost money, some are funded from help with PTA, some are kind of meet in the middle. After school enrichment, some, and this hasn't always been true in our district, but since I can remember, some foundations and some PTAs raise money to pay for salaries. And so we look at garden coordinators, student advisors, physical education coaches to provide PE support. We look at West Side relays. Some schools have coaches that are working with students. Some are more, relying upon the teacher to do some of the prep work for that. And then some small grants available for staff as well. We look at PTA funding. Again, like I said, we're all over the board. We look at Valley Vista. We reached out to all of our school sites to figure out what does the PTA budget look like for each school. Valley Vista's PTA budget is about $17,000 a year, down from, it's been a little bit more than that in recent years, but this year it's at 17,000. McDowell is way up. They were typically under $10,000 a year, and this year their PTA budget is at $22,000. So that's a big improvement for them. McKinley's PTA budget is right around $100,000. Grant at $133,000, McNear $145,000, Pengrove $146,000, and Cherry Valley at $155,000. And so you can see the discrepancy in what you could afford to do to supplement grants and donations that are coming in, and teacher supplies and field trips and assemblies, et cetera, et cetera. I want to just touch on real quickly 6th grade camp. So 6th grade camp was I know just from my personal experience, when I first started in the district, 6th grade camp has been this very like almost tradition that's happened in our schools. I remember when I started in 2012 at McKinley, speaking with the former principal, Sherry Devine, she told me, just so you know, this last year we didn't go, our 6th graders were the only school in Petaluma, or at least in Petaluma City Schools, who didn't go to 6th grade camp because we couldn't raise enough money to do that. So, well, that we're not going to have, we were doing car washes and everything we could to make sure that our students could go to 6th grade camp. So 6th grade camp costs are very different as well. Some 6th graders are going, so for example, just recently, Pengrove, McDowell, and Valley Vista went on a week-long camp with all of the old Adobe schools. And they take a week-long camp together. They actually start out on the weekend. And so I think those 5 plus our 3, so must be about eight schools that are all going together into this camp. And so, one of the questions is, and I know the board years ago talked about trying to get all of our schools aligned as much as possible, similar to what Old Adobe does. But all of our schools are doing amazing, wonderful things for kids. They're different experiences, which isn't bad, but some schools go together with 1 or 2 other schools. Some schools kind of go on their own. They're doing different things. Some schools go for a couple days overnight, few nights overnight. Some are going for a whole week. So again, there are varying costs, methods for collecting funds. Some do seize chocolate, candy sales. They do all sorts of fundraising to do this. I've done many car washes. But some students are asked to pay, right? Some sites ask their families to pay the entire camp amount, which could be $250 to $350. Scholarships available for some students who can't pay. PTA stepping in to help cover some of the gap as well. Group fundraising. So again, we do some fundraisers and then there's a hybrid where there's kind of a balance between the two. But just to kind of give you an idea of one cost that could be on a family and what that looks like. So then we look at foundation funding. We know that Cherry Valley, for example, has their own foundation. And then of course we have here next door in this building, the Petaluma Education Foundation. I can't say enough about the generosity and the just the amazingness of our Petaluma Education Foundation. So I just want to put some statistics out there because I know recently Maureen came in and shared the great news about we have literally just record-setting scholarships for students, scholarships for our schools. Most recently, I mean, I think a few years ago, they moved to a $15,000 impact grant, which I was the proud recipient of many years as principal at McKinley. And now many of our schools have received these grants and they go to supporting all sorts of things, and it has something that can have a major impact on a campus. So from coding and robotics to gardens to musical equipment, I've seen a whole wide array of different things that are happening on our campus, but it's really to provide things that the campus can use and support innovative new programming. So since 1990, we look at Petaluma the PEF, they have raised and provided $4.6 million in the last 40-ish years, $4.6 million for our high school graduates. And just most recently provided, I think it was 269,000 something. 2006, I was off by $60. $269,060 just this last year in scholarships for our graduating seniors. So amazing work that they're doing. Also, go back. Also, she needs to go home here soon. I can talk pretty quickly, but I can't. Okay. So if we look at grants for our schools, again, a similar amount here, $4.3 million that in grant funding that has been raised for our schools. Just so that the work of Petaluma Education Foundation, I can't overstate what great work they're doing. And also thinking about, this is, of course, since 1990, so this is 40-ish years, but it's a lot of money that they've raised for our schools. 30-ish, I'm sorry, 30-ish. Right?
Scholarship started in 1990, the grant started in 1980.
Okay, that's it. I was gonna say, I know I saw 40 years somewhere. Okay, it's your 40th anniversary of giving grants to the schools, but the scholarships, it's 30-ish years. Okay, 33rd. Okay, please. So I just want to paint a picture as well. When we look at, so what we did is we took the scholarship amounts that were given out to all the different districts and schools. We also we wanted to do a side-by-side analysis of here are the number of students in Petaluma, so our whole community. So we reached out to many, so all of our partners, the schools around town, just figure out about what's your approximate attendance, right, enrollment. But we know that over the last 30 or 40-ish years, we've ebbed and flowed right with our attendance. And so this is just based off the last year's CBEDS number. So if you look at students in Petaluma, and we're including private schools, all the schools that Petaluma Education Foundation funds, PCS students represent approximately 61% of the students. So we're significantly over half of the students, because you think about it, secondary, we're the only secondary except for St. Vincent's. And then some of the 7th and 8th grade with Cinnabar and Live Oak, and I think River. So then non-PCS students are about approximately 39%. So that's what the student population in Petaluma looks like. So we have about 61%. We can go to the next slide. If we look at the allocations, so over all of those years, PCS schools have received a little over half, 53% of all of the grants and donations. So you can see that they're going primarily, over 50% are heading to our schools, and about 40% of the grants and donations from PEF are heading to non-PCS schools based on just the population number, raw number of schools. This is just data. Okay, go ahead, next one. And actually, I want to have you come up afterwards, but I just want to make sure that we have time for questions here too from board members. So
I have a question.
Sure.
Something I've never really understood is how are school site budgets determined? Are they determined equally, or is there an equity component in there?
There's definitely an equity component. So when you think about, and Chris can do a better job of explaining this, but each school gets your general fund, your unrestricted money.
Right.
That's based on per pupil. We do it by, for the most part, except for maybe our alt ed, but per pupil basis. There are there's other buckets though as well. So we look at, like, remember that the triangle there where you have the base grant funding for the LCFF, supplemental funds, and the concentration funds.
Right.
We know that Pelham City Schools, we're a loser in that calculation
Yes.
because we don't receive concentration funds, even though we have like a school like McDowell, if they were their own district, they would receive concentration funds. Because they're part of a larger district, we don't. We do receive supplemental funds based on what we call an unduplicated count. So students who qualify, those schools where the students are located are actually receiving those supplemental funds. Also, then we look at the federal funds, which are declining significantly over the last few years. And our Title I funds, those funds actually are attached to a student as well. So a school like McDowell, even though there are less students there than a school like Grant, they're going to get Title I funds. Our Title I, funded schools right now are McDowell, Valley Vista, McKinley, Kenilworth, San Antonio. I think that's it. Carpe Diem and Snow Mountain.
Okay.
But I'd love Chris to add to that.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I just met with the grant staff at a staff meeting and debunked the myth about how school allocations are done. So when I first got here almost 7 years ago now, there was no formula that I could find. There didn't seem to be a rhyme or reason on how school budgets were done. So what I did is I analyzed how much did they get on the unrestricted operational budget. That's where they buy toner and paper and pencils and pen and just stuff to operate the school. And I couldn't find any standard. It's like some schools got a lot more per pupil, some schools got a lot less, and there didn't seem. So what we did is we created an allocation. We took like the highest funded elementaries, for example, and came up with a per student ratio and then applied it to everybody. And so I send out, and I've already sent out a preliminary allocation for next year to all the principals that basically take the various buckets of money, the unrestricted, and they get an allocation elementary, an allocation based on a per pupil junior high, and then high school. And everybody sees what everybody gets. So it's very transparent, and the principals get that every year. And then we do an allocation for supplemental, and we use last year's unduplicated count because that's what drives the funding for supplemental. And then what was here when I got here was a $75, and that's what the sites get over and above what the district staffs, right? So that's their amount of money that they can use to, I want to buy this particular software licensing that will support that population of students, basically, presumably based on their site plans. They also get, for the high schools and the secondary, they get an allocation of Prop 20 lottery. That's really for textbook replacement, textbooks to do, for lost textbooks. Maybe I've changed a grade level. We have more seventh graders or eighth graders, whatever it is, they get an allocation for that. And then they get a little bit of parcel tax funding as well. So that's kind of, and then they also get like a little allocation for every special day class. They get $450 per class. For every RSP, they get, based on FTE, $300 per FTE. So then they get a little extra depending on if they have that population of students at their campus. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. But then when we looked at what the PTAs do, that is so beyond inequitable. So I'm just wondering, what about those schools where PTAs can't raise a lot of money when they have activities like Jogathon, where some schools can make a lot, others can't? Is there any way that we can make that a little bit more equitable?
I mean, I would tell you that every district I've worked in has struggled with this, whether it was Ross Valley with 5 schools and 1 middle school, whether it was Novato Unified, whether it was San Rafael. Every school district I've worked with had this inequity between schools, every single school district. And typically there have been conversations exactly what you're having or we're having tonight. And a lot of times what they've done is, if you look at, even in Mill Valley, they've looked to the foundation that a district has to kind of equalize that. And so in San Rafael, most recently, when I was there, they started the foundation. There was actually a foundation, but they re-energized that foundation and they work with the PTAs to say, look, let us do the majority of fundraising for the bigger enrichment. They picked what is their area of focus. Same thing happened in Novato with the Yes Foundation. Same thing happened in Ross Valley. And they modeled it a lot around Mill Valley and what Mill Valley does, because the Mill Valley Foundation, I think it's the Kiddo Foundation, they do this massive fundraising and they basically took over from the PTAs what they were doing, hitting up every business with duplicative, and they actually kind of did it on a much broader scale. And then we're able to fund a lot more because they were creating efficiencies in their fundraising and they could actually focus. And so that's what I've seen other districts do, because this inequity exists in every district where some can raise this amount of money and others, I mean, even I'm kind of shocked by, I mean,
Go
because
back
part
to
of it is the
PTA.
size of school too. You have to figure the size of school. You know, McDowell and Valley Vista are very small schools, so of course they have far fewer parents. But even I'm shocked.
It's actually not as bad as I feared. I did some math here, and Cherry Valley is looking at about 350 per pupil. That's not. There's far worse things going on out there. But the discrepancy is a real thing, and I want to. And there are things that other districts are doing that we can be thinking about. They're in San Francisco Unified, which, by the way, has probably the most egregious, violation of this kind of fundraising. They have schools that raise over $1 million a year, and others in the same district raising nothing. And what they do two things. One is they have a fee for site level fundraising that goes to a central coffer in the district that they redistribute to schools that aren't able to fundraise. That does, it improves the situation, doesn't come close to, bringing up, the lower income schools to $1 million. But more importantly, they have a central, the district has its own fundraising arm. I can't remember the name of it. Starts with an S, but I don't remember. But their focus really is on corporate donations, and they're very successful. So they're the ones. So the local sites can't go hit up the Giants. They can't hit up the 49ers, but the district does, and they do so with remarkable success. Yeah. The whole idea of the centralized one is for equity, that and so that kids that are in schools that are lower income have the same opportunities as kids in the upper income schools. So that's something we can think about. But I also think, we're in a community with 8 districts, and then we have PEF, that we're very grateful for. I think PEF can have a really central role in this. We don't need to duplicate what they do. They already do a great job, but maybe we can help them with maybe some of the corporate fundraising and sponsorship, that kind of thing. Yeah, those are some things on my head right now.
Because I think, Sheldon, and just to add what you're saying, I think some of the major inequity in my mind as well is when we start staffing with fundraising amount of money, that I know, I've been in other districts where you can't do that, because that raises the inequity unless you were to have some sort of centralized, like you talk about. I mean, one of the big elephants in the room, right? I'll just myself, my child goes to McDowell. I want to support my son's school, right? Your child goes to, you want to support that school. Your daughter goes to this school. We have parents and grandparents who want to donate to their child and their children's school, which is totally normal. So we can't say, okay, we're just going to pool all the money. I mean, you divide it up equally. That's going to be a disaster. But you could have some sort of centralized PTA/foundation that could help to equal the playing field. We just have to we have to be really thoughtful about what that would do and how would that work with PEF? Because like you said, they are doing amazing work, and I don't want to step on their toes or duplicate the work that they're doing. So
Yeah, it's complicated here because with the 8 districts, I think we really have
Yes.
to have this discussion with all 8. And, San Francisco has a 1 district.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot easier to coordinate, but.
well, and we
it's
know
challenging.
too, right? I mean, your children, and I know Joanna went through Corona Creek and Meadow, and has been the WISE Foundation for years over there. I know that it sounds like they're moving into more of a PTA model, but I was talking with Maureen the other day about how, if a school like Valley Vista or McDowell, you get a $15,000 impact grant, that grant goes to, let's say, McDowell, they get the $15,000. If it's Corona Creek or Meadow, my understanding is they get $15,000 impact grant from PEF. The WISE formerly the WISE Foundation or PTA doubles it, so that school then gets $30,000, perpetuating this. We have lots of money. They raise a lot of money over in WA. I mean, they have Melrose, but they also have almost an expectation, right, that every student is going to give $250, $300 a year, matching what Cherry Valley is doing. So this is the inequity that we're talking about. And I don't have all the solutions. I think I've been in this district now almost, 12, 13 years, and I've never heard it being addressed. So part of solving the problem is just acknowledging and talking about it. So.
But
Yeah,
I'll tell you, another thing with the foundations is that when we went through the Great Recession in San Rafael, the foundation was instrumental in stepping in and helping us as a district maintain some of the programs that we had to cut because funding from the state was not adequate. So they're, they really in some ways were a way to help lessen what we had to cut from a very draconian perspective because the budget cuts were so significant from the state. So there's also just that kind of overlay too, that how do we survive? Because I believe there is a recession on the horizon. I don't know exactly how soon, but there's one coming, I believe.
Can you go back to this? Sorry. You go. Can you go back to the slide with all the different schools? No, with all the different schools and their numbers. It's just interesting because, we've talked about like the segregation in our district, and we can see like the wider schools are raising more money. And again, it just perpetuates that segregation, I think, to some extent, potentially, when people are looking at school choice and all of that. Then I also wanted to add, so I asked my own kids like, hey, what have I donated to this year? So if you could go to that slide again, because you touched on some of it, but there were a couple other things. I'll just share them. I mean, they're in high school. Sports equipment, they have to buy their own tennis racket, lacrosse stick, softball gear. Had to buy jerseys for track, like for school track team, I had to buy my own jersey or their jerseys. Then there were like team events that the kids are expected to go to that cost money. Supplies for school projects. Alan, back me up. You were in class with Janessa. There were like some type of baking project in Spanish in the work. Was it Spanish in the workplace? One of the classes, there was like a baking project or some type of project. There are art supplies, like projects where you have to go out and basically spend your own money to present in groups. And it's part of the grade. Was that AP?
That's
Is that the
probably
AP class or Spanish
class.
in the workplace? Yeah. Also in her AP class, she was asked to buy her own book. I just don't understand why we didn't have enough copies. Just basic back to school supplies because certain teachers want a specific binder or folder or notebook for a class. Then we're talking about prom. I wish it was $100.
Yeah, and the
Times
yearbook.
3. The yearbook was
usually
about,
85.
the yearbook was 95. And I'd buy, 2 of them because they each want their friends to sign it.
And then there's
and
field trips.
There's transportation to prom, which is in Oakland this year. So, I mean, I would love if we could get a bus to go out there to Oakland. Same, I don't know where Petaluma Highs is because that's more cost. And then transportation to games. Like my kids get early release at 1 o'clock, which means I have to take off work or my husband has to take off work or I have to ask a friend who's going to take off work because we can't just assume that there's a parent at home. A lot of us have, dual working households. So that's another hidden added cost. Yeah, it goes beyond this. It's a lot to ask. And I just wonder how many students, I don't know if you guys can weigh on this, how many students are not participating because like, well, I can't afford to take off work to go to track. I can't afford the track spikes or the lacrosse stick or to buy my own jersey for track. I don't know. I just wanted to put that out there too, to add to that list.
Also, field trips can get pretty expensive. I know my grandson just went to Disneyland, and I think that was like $500 with the band. I don't know how much the museum trip was. It was over $200, I would think.
Yeah, so I think the museum one was around 400 or so. And then same with the marine science field trip. But the best part about that, though, is that Takata found scholarships. So he would like ask parents for money. He asked like old friends for money, and every single kid in the class was able to go to that field trip if they wanted to go.
But then that's him like working additionally.
Exactly. So I can, poor guy, but
That was the out of state field trip.
yes, and the trip to Monterey as well.
Yeah, so again, the equity lens, this is information right now.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we haven't heard it yet, but I think, I suspect what we're looking for is that cost should not be a barrier to any student participating in the full experience of public education.
Right.
Like all those things. And number two is what we remember about our high school years.
Yes.
And that should be available to anyone who wants it, and not having to have them think about, can I afford it? We should be able to afford to get them to participate.
And I think part of it comes back to our adults knowing our students, because students aren't going to put that out there always. And so, but if coaches know the families and teachers know the families, they can talk offline and not make it like the kid has to come ask in front of everybody or fill out a special I don't know what the exact solution is, but I mean, I definitely want things like the difference in ability to raise funds taken into account. McDowell's PTA really just like started back up this year. And Liliana was saying that, by the time she went to approach like Friedman's and all these other places, they had already given their allocation to the schools that knew when to ask and asked first. And that's not anything on Friedman's, that's not anything on the other school, but I do think finding a way to combine some of the efforts. One thing we do at Planned Parenthood, two different things. So we run 17 health centers. And so you can't donate to a specific health center. You donate and it goes, and we figure out where it needs to be distributed, because like our ones in Reading and Chico would get no donations compared to the one in San Francisco. But at the same time, as a smaller Planned Parenthood with the chapter, with the bigger mothership, we call it, when you donate, you can choose to donate. If you donate locally, half goes to our affiliate and half goes to the mothership. So like finding a way that even if you're trying to donate to your local PTA or whatever, like even if only 30% goes back to a district pool or a citywide PTA or something, because I don't want to disincentivize families from giving back to their school districts or their local schools. But I also care a lot that all those things are happening. Yeah.
Kids aren't going. And as Caitlin said, there's a certain amount of embarrassment there to ask for help. And so they're just saying, oh, I can't go, or, whatever it is. And then they don't go, and then they miss something. And it's supposed to be a free public education, and it's not, as we can see. So.
And I think, the point around, if a student is not comfortable, and there's also something on the adults. I mean, I remember as sixth grade camp, if I saw a family who wasn't going to go to camp, I'd be calling them and asking them, how can we help? How can we support? There has to be some level of outreach as well to families. And I think there also is another aspect of where if you're a site principal and teachers, and you're working to raise money for a field trip, that everyone is participating and helping and supporting, and someone who really wants to go, there has to be a way for the teachers, the staff, the principal to know we have everyone who wants to go has to be able to go. And so part of that is this inequity that we see. If you're a school that's not raising very much money, you might not feel like I can offer a scholarship to someone. So in other words, I think that is part of the problem for this staff as well, that not knowing if they can offer a scholarship or who to go to.
Alan, were you gonna share something?
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask a question. I was wondering, like, with all the elementary schools that have like over like $140,000, $130,000 worth of funding, I was wondering, like, if you could reiterate like what that money is being used for besides for just field trips.
Sure. Can you go back to? Yep. So here are just some of the examples, but they could have, we've done assemblies where you'd have an author come in, or you'd have the zoo come in, or a wildlife, having those kind of assemblies come into the school. You may have, class parties and school parties. You may have assemblies field trips out that maybe just free because your PTA is going to just pay for it. Buses out, go out to the beach. I know, as an example, Cherry Valley does that at the beginning of the year, school year, for all their students. Staff, every single year, one school may say, hey, teachers, you get $100 to buy some supplies for your classroom, and another school may say, hey, teachers, you get $500 to buy some supplies for your classroom before school starts. Or some schools, they buy all the supplies for all the students, and they're ready, they're sitting there on their desk waiting for them. Maybe playground equipment, balls, jump ropes, et cetera, PE coach to come in and help prepare the students for Westside Relays, garden coordinator, maybe an instructional assistant, more hours, maybe a library coordinator to give them more hours. I mean, go on and on and on. Those are some examples.
So I don't know if like redistributing like the funds would be like the best idea. We kind of touched upon this because, if like grandparents are donating to a school, they want to help that school out.
Yeah.
But I just feel like some of that money would be better spent on other schools. For example, like Casa Grande, we have like $30,000 worth of funding, and I'm sure that's a lot. But like we have 2,000 students compared to the other elementary schools who have like easily 5 times our funding.
Yes.
And arguably, I feel like high schooler they would have more fees that could be covered.
Yes.
That'd be a lot more essential compared to elementary schools. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but that's just how I feel like it would be compared to like Valley Vista and like McDowell have like less than 20,000. And then there's other elementary schools that have so much. I feel like in terms of equity, I think we should try and do something about that. Like, I think Dr. Jen mentioned about like fees in San Francisco. I was wondering like if there's a way we could like not distribute like maybe possibly like distribute a percentage to the other schools. For example, like a 10% fee like goes out to the other schools that don't have as much funding.
Mhm.
I feel like that'd be money like better spent.
Mhm. Yeah, I appreciate that. And Alan, I just want to emphasize something that you said, because this is what I was referring to when I said I think we have a huge missed opportunity here.
Yeah.
When you look at a school like Cherry Valley or Grant or McNear or McKinley is raising over $100,000 a year with anywhere from 380 students to 550 students. And then you look at a school like Casa Grande with 1,700 students. And these schools are doing jogathon or walkathon or some fundraising. You can't tell me that a school like Casa Grande with that many students can't increase their funding, can't increase the fundraisers that they do to raise a lot more money than that and help to subsidize or fund so that grad night could be free, so that you could have, pay for a couple of buses to go down to prom, to help with some of these hidden costs of school. Does that make sense?
I see. That makes sense.
I believe Maureen has been waving her.
So, yeah.
Well, I was just asking, are we able to speak from back here? So,
Are we doing public
We
comment?
are doing public comment. Yeah. Do you want her to? We're not doing public comment right now. We have public comment at the very end. In one more presentation.
It should probably be under public comment.
Any other questions?
Just, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Maddie, you've been waiting.
You know, that list of things that, that the PTAs cover is incredibly long and varied. And it just occurs to me that, you know, is there any restriction on how this money is spent? I mean, are there any rules around it? Are PTAs just allowed to spend the money? I know that they used to not be able to pay for teachers, because I remember Pengrove got into all kinds of trouble, didn't they?
Well, I think
A while ago. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like, could we just, while we're kind of working out the inequity of it, limit the kinds of things that they can use their funds for? I don't know, maybe that wouldn't. I'm not talking about, I'm talking about this.
just to clarify how it works. It's a little bit different at every school. But generally, if a PTA or booster wants to fund a garden coordinator, the district pays their salaries, and then we bill that organization, who then reimburses us for the cost. Because that's our way to make sure they're covered by workers' comp, they're covered by unemployment insurance, they're covered, they've got all of those employment benefits.
So then is anything preventing the district from saying you can't use that money to fund positions?
Any booster club or PTA is an organization that is not part of us. So they exist, right? They exist to support the school that has formed them, but we don't have any legal jurisdiction. We could certainly say, no, you can't run that through us. We're not going to hire the garden coordinator, you know what I mean? Because then they might do it anyway, and then they're not covered by all of these things. So we don't, I mean, we could certainly, the board certainly could pass policy that, you know what I mean, that we don't have any way to monitor or manage. Yeah, and I would also just say for the high schools, that 30,000 for the boosters, they also, a lot of money gets raised, and I don't know if it's because it's student fees or whatever, but the athletic budgets are far bigger than the 30,000. That's just a booster budget, I guess, but
That's just a general, one of the general boosters they have. And then
yes.
Sports boosters that cover that.
yeah, they have a lot of boosters.
Football
I mean,
boosters.
so anyway, that's illustrative, the 30,000, it is not the total that that the boosters raises. I just want to be clear about that.
They have a lot of different organizations that are funding certain programs. So, any other questions, comments?
Tony, did you have anything to add? Oh, I'm sorry, Sheldon.
There's just
Go ahead.
one observation. This isn't, this inequity problem hasn't always been, you know, when the state was ponying up, you know, adequately for public education.
Right.
Fundraising was just an afterthought at schools, and now it's a fundamental part. And because of that, we get these inequities that come from the lack of public funding. So I don't want to, you know, get the state off the hook here. And we do our share of lobbying. And, you know, like last year, they boosted the LCFF base funding, which, you know, is a big boon for us. But, you know, it makes me think about the parcel tax, which I think is the next topic, whether I'm not sure what is within the scope of what a parcel tax could fund. Maybe you're going to talk about that, and maybe, you know, things like enrichment could be a part of it.
Yeah. And that's with that, I think that's a good segue. Thank you. I couldn't have paid you more money to give me that. I'm just like a softball.
Our dollar a day.
So with that, we're going to talk.
I did want to
parcel-
ask if Tony, if you wanted to add anything.
You know, I'll just kind of close out with, you know, we brought up, there are students who we know may not be able to afford a lot of these things. Even if some things are covered, the other things like transportation or getting their parents to get off work are not always feasible for those students. So and as we're trying to figure out how we can support these students, I think one thing that we can do is work with our school sites to find ways where these students can be comfortable coming forward, or be able for us to support them in in a humane and sensitive and appropriate way, and find ways that all kids feel comfortable knowing that there's support for them if they for whatever reason can't afford any of those activities that we've just talked about.
Thank you, Tony. So with that, we do want to give we're going to do a quick parcel tax update, share a little bit about right now, when we have a parcel tax that's really it's been around for a while. It did not have an increaser. In other words, with the cost of inflation, we're continuing to get the same amount of money, and our expenses, you see salaries and benefits going up, and our parcel tax is staying the same. We're very grateful to the voters for voting in a parcel tax. These are parcel tax for technology, libraries, and then our elementary music teachers. Chris is going to talk about how much we're actually contributing right now from our district fund to supplement, because the parcel tax is not raising enough money right now. But if we were to have, so similar, and Chris can speak more eloquently to this than I can, but around Novato, for example, they have much larger they've got much larger, Novato is very similar size district to us. They're very, very comparable to Petaluma City Schools, Novato Unified. Their parcel tax, my understanding is it's more than double our parcel tax. So if we were to double our parcel tax, we could afford to have some more. For example, at the elementary level, what that could look like is to have some more enrichment during the school day. We could look at having, visual and performing arts teachers. We could look at having STEAM. We could really focus in on getting some, similar to what we do with the 4 music teachers that we have right now. They're rotating from one school to the next, but every one day a week you're getting, for the very young, our youngest, K3, they're getting 30 minutes of music. Our 4 through 6 are getting about 50 minutes of music. We could do a similar model with additional things that we want to offer to our students. We want them to have Spanish in there. We want them to see some of these things that I want for my kids, that we all want for our children. And I think the parcel tax, I think that, the ideas around the foundation and the ideas around the parcel tax could be one solution, or could be 2 different solutions to sort of help us with this equity problem. And then we'll talk about bond. But with that, I'll have Chris join us.
Sorry, I made 15 copies. They're color, so I'm very about making too many copies. I'm cheap, to say it a different way. So if you could, Tony, if you could just hand them out to everybody, and if a couple of people could share. So just to give some background on the parcel tax. And this is I'm gonna walk you through it in a moment, but this parcel tax, this is the elementary. And so it started in 2011-12. It is in perpetuity. It is $75 per parcel. And to give some context to Novato, they passed their parcel, when I was in Novato I left in 2004. So I've been gone for almost 20 years. They doubled their parcel tax in 2005 from what ours is right now. So they went up to $251, I believe, in 2005. It passed the year after I left. So just to kind of give some context. And that was in 05, 06. So to orient you to the form, and I'm sorry it's small, and guess I'm going to put my glasses on. At the bottom, I just want to jump to the bottom for a second. You can see revenues collected. And so you can see back in 11-12, we collected 745,000. And in 2021-22, we collected 765,000. So in 10 years, it went up 20,000. That's not a lot. And remember, after the Great Recession, there wasn't a lot of development in Petaluma. There was just very little. We're starting to get caught up now. And then you can see just above that is total expenses. So you can see 789, 785, 736, 896, 725, 692. And then it really starts to go up, 772, 759, 821. And I'll explain the variance, the 557. Of course, that's the pandemic year. So remember 2021, we didn't have kids in school. And then 975 and $1 million. So part of the challenge is every year we kind of leverage our carryover from the prior years in order to kind of balance the budget, if you will. And I talked to you about that when we bring the final budget revision. I'm taking money down and I'm putting into the adopted budget so that we can balance. I can tell you this year, we're not really anticipating any carryover or very little because of all the raises that we've given. So that's the good news, right? We've given significant raises to our classified and to our certificated, but all of that money hits certain buckets, if you will, and this is one of those buckets. So just to kind of walk you through, the language of the measures is online. If you go and click on the business and the parcel tax tab, it's all there. But essentially it covers library, reducing class size, fine arts, music, art, etc., reading specialists. It funds for us, the art docent, which is part of the fine arts, and technology. So that was kind of the main ideas that the community supported in this parcel tax. And so you can see how that looks. The library program takes a significant share. And at the elementary, it's almost all classified with a little bit of a certificated stipend to our lead librarian, who's at CASA. He helps oversee things like the books and so on and so forth. The music program, this is a K-6 music program. And so it's ebbed and flowed over the years, generally around 3.6 FTE. I think when I first was here, you can see in 2021 that down to 100,000 because we pushed those the music teachers, some of them into independent study, as you'll recall. And then we didn't charge the parcel tax when we did that for those teachers. Reading specialists or the reading teachers, we have moved them to supplemental funding in 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20 because there wasn't enough funds to actually support them. And that's most likely going to happen in the 23, 24 year because, I've got to move something out when we lose carryover, something's got to give. Class size reduction, we were funding, there was contract language and we would fund, I think it was program improvement 1.0 at 2 schools. Generally, it was McDowell and McKinley, and then it was McDowell and Valley Vista. But we have not necessarily done that as late. And that's over and above their base staffing allocation. And then we have our art docent, that's a classified art docent who works with volunteers and helps support the art program in our elementary schools. And then we have technology support. And those are some of our Tech 2 specialists that go out and help our schools. Okay. But the bottom line is you can see the total expenses are outpacing the total revenues by a pretty significant amount, with the exception of 2021. And we've leveraged those savings to help fund the last 2 years. Part of the fine arts also includes the site allocations that they get and some of the technology, because generally they put it into library technology and some, to a lesser extent, the art program. Okay, any questions about that, or should I move on to the high school?
Yeah, while this is getting passed around, Chris, so there's 2, you're passing around the high school now. So if I live on the west side, I'm only paying the high school one. If I live on, no, the other way around. If I live on the west side, I'm paying for both. So am I paying 150?
125.
125.
Because 75 is the elementary, $50 per parcel in the secondary.
Okay.
But it generates, because of course the secondary is much broader, it encompasses every parcel, then it generates nearly twice as much money. So it's about I think it's $124, $125 combined, compared to $251 in Novato. That's where Matthew's saying it's double. And I believe they recently passed, because their parcel tax, I just want to say this for our community, our parcel tax is in perpetuity. So we're one of the only districts that I'm aware of that actually have a parcel tax in perpetuity. Everywhere else I've had to work, every 6 to 8 years, we were going out and doing parcel tax elections. And so we don't have that here. We have a in perpetuity one. So anyway.
Is there a way to go out and ask the voters if we can raise that?
So we had a bunch of conversations in 2018. We were actually going down the path of looking at before there was a significant change to the board, the former board was actually looking at that. We had Brian Godby come in and he had done some polling. And so we were looking at all of that data at that time. And then, of course, a year later or so, the pandemic hit and so on and so forth. So there was an idea at the time of, it gets tricky because we would have to probably replace it. You can't change it because the voters already approved that authorization. So it probably have to be some sort of replacement measure. So to answer your question, we can't ask them to increase it, but we could ask them to replace it. So the Joint Union High School District, of course, is 7th through 12th grade. You can see at the very bottom, again, I jumped to the bottom. You can see that revenues collected back in 11-12, it was 1,148,000. And then jumping to 2021-22, it was just under 1.2 million. So again, $50,000, less than a $50,000 change in that time. I usually am estimating about 1.2 million in the budget. And even since I've been here, it never comes in at that. Every year I'm kind of hopeful, but it hasn't. So, and you can see the estimated cost for 22-23 is that 1,205,000. So that's been the standard budget since I've been here, and I've never been able to increase it up. And then you can see the total expenses back in 11-12 was just under $1 million, and now it's estimated in 23-24 to be 1.3, close to $1.4 million. And so we're upside down by about $170,000, and that's not projecting step and column for next year. So, and then if you look at the very top, it's really important to note that library support. See where it says the very first number is a negative 543,000 and contribution from supplemental. We contribute toward the library program. We're estimating right now at 543,000. So the cost for this, all of this stuff is actually 1.9 million. Because that contribution is understating the cost of the library program.
And
So-
that, Chris, that's coming out of our supplemental, the additional
Yes.
$543,000.
So if you look at, if you add up that purple column where it says library, you take the 283, the 107, the 178,
Mhm.
66, and the 2000, that's not 94,000. It's being reduced by the contribution we're making into
Mhm.
it. So the cost is really about 650,000, but the parcel tax can no longer afford it. And so because the library program is such a huge, it was one of the main things that the community supported.
Mhm.
We have not taken it out of the parcel tax. We have left the cost in the program there, but we're having to supplement it using our supplemental funds.
And I think it's, important to note here as well that in Sonoma County, of all the 40 school districts in Sonoma County, there are six certificated librarians. Petaluma City Schools has 4 of them. So, and it's a wonderful thing that we do. It's also a costly thing that we do. So I think that the parcel tax, it's way past time to be looking at this.
Well, and in San Rafael, for example, we had a 5% inflator on our parcel tax, and Novato, they had an inflator as well. So that part of the challenge, it's like a good news, bad news. We got this in perpetuity, which is amazing. And I just want to say yay to our community for supporting that. The challenge is it doesn't have an inflator. And so on the natural, it's going to outpace itself because you've got costs going like this and you've got a revenue stream going like that. And that creates an imbalance. And we were able to leverage carryover because in the first years, we didn't spend as much as we collected. And so we built up some carryover and then we've been spending that down. And this year is the year in which we will have very little carryover I'm predicting. So then walking through what it supports, similarly to the elementary library, is one of the main programs in the language, fine arts, class size reduction. We actually use this to fund additional teachers at both high schools. Technology support is a biggie, and that again provides more tech twos at the secondary level. So it helps to support the robust technology program that we have. We do not buy teacher computers out of here. There were times we do not buy admin teacher computers. We don't buy student devices. If we buy computers, we have used it in the past to support in the classroom, so teacher computers. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I'm going to show you how much we spent.
I have a question about class size reduction. Where's that happening?
So we add, it's not specific classes, we add FTE to the staffing allocation. So when we do the staffing allocation, it's part of it.
Okay, classes are still
Mhm.
big.
Mhm. Exactly.
Is that what it would be?
Mhm. Mhm. Questions about this? I mean, you can see at the, up below, I've also kind of broken down in the former years, kind of what some of the library support, the carryover was at the site level and, you know, and so anyway. Mhm. And this is a form I inherited. This is form's been going on for a long time. I keep it up. So if there's something that we can do differently, we present this to the parcel tax oversight committee, so they have an idea of what we're spending our money on. So.
So I vaguely remember that discussion from 2018. What, I don't remember what the upshot was. What was the decision? Was it not a good idea at the time, or?
I think that there was a lot going on, and I think that we had to pivot to address other things. I mean, if you recall, there was a lot of change on the board level. We lost, you know, Frank.
Yes, all right.
So, I mean, I think there was a lot going on, and then it becomes a process of educating and bringing folks up to speed, because unfortunately, our new board did not have the benefit of all of those conversations that the consultants had come and done. And so it was our intent at the time to kind of pivot to that in a year or so, give the board time to become more experienced in what all of this meant, because you guys had a lot to learn in the first year. There was a lot of data, a lot of information. And then in 2019, you know, we had talked about, okay, let's restart the conversation. And then, you know, in early 20, the pandemic hit, and that just kind of upended it. So, you know, Matthew and I have been talking about like what it would take. And we're happy to start moving that forward, that process again, having some of those consultants come back. All of the data that they had gathered at the time is old. So we would have to do some polling again, and they could talk to you, come and talk to you about timelines and how the process works. But we want to hear from you guys. Is that something that you want to start doing? The good news is we've done a lot of legwork from a legal perspective about what that would look like. And so our bond attorneys still have that data, and they can also come and talk to you about that too.
I'm definitely interested in looking at the parcel tax and what we can do and what the polling is, because if it's not going to pass the voters, like it's not worth it. But I forget, is the parcel tax one that some taxpayers get to opt out of? Is
Good
that right?
question. Yes, so the law does allow senior citizens age 65 or older to request an exemption. And we do have a lot of seniors who do that. We have a lot of seniors that support it as well, including my husband, who could opt out, but we don't. Right. So, you know, one homeowner has to be 65 or older and then request the senior exemption. And then they have to, of course, live in the house as their primary residence. It can't be a rental. So, or a vacation home or whatnot. So we can start that process again and start. Mhm. Any parcel. Any parcel. There are contiguous parcels. So if you think about we're a rural community, if your property has two contiguous parcels, you can request them to be, for parcel tax purposes, combined, so it's only one parcel tax, even though you have two parcels. Some parcels out in the country, a gutter or a ditch in front could be a separate parcel. You know, we wouldn't want to charge them, but they actually have to request it, because the assessor's office, they just look at it purely as parcels, and many people have done that. But if you think about high density housing, you might have 300 units. It's one parcel.
And it is still.
Because
And it doesn't go up just because my house costs 3 times what it was when this first passed, which I think is good in a lot of ways, but hurts in a lot of ways too.
So this is a flat amount per parcel. When we get to the bond, that's a different valuation. But combined, if we were able to even increase it by 50%, then you're basically taking the 1.2 and 770,000. So you've got just under $2 million we're collecting. Even if you got half of that again, that would be $1 million of ongoing revenue stream that could support many of the things that we've been talking about. The voters, it comes down to kind of what are the voters willing to support financially, but then also what programs are going to poll well. Library polls well, class size reduction polls well, fine arts, that type of thing, STEM. Those are some of the things that some of the polling had suggested back then.
If there's no COLA involved or whatever it's called to pump it up, we're going to find ourselves in this, even if we go out to the voters, we're going to find ourselves in that same position, in the same position we're in now, 5 years down the road.
And that's a conversation that will, as a board, you'll need to have. It's grappling with how do you balance what the voters will support? Is it more important to get that 50% or that 100% increase? Or is it more important to try to get an inflation factor? So it's just, and that's what the consultants will help guide you and advise you about, kind of what makes sense and what will the community support, because that's what the polling does. It kind of helps provide data around what the community is gonna, it gives you a sense of what they'll support. And we had run some scenarios at that time, different dollar amounts.
And our need to become tax experts is primarily because the state has continued to disinvest from public education. So in addition to all the education we need to provide now, we also need to be tax experts and poll voters and beg voters for money because the state won't do what it is supposed to do.
Yeah, I would like to start that investigation. I would think we would ask a consultant to look at both these at once because we're about to sell out our remaining bond
Right.
issues. And I can't imagine that we would want to do both in the same cycle. That would be politically, neither one would pass if we did them both at once. So we'd have to prioritize and think about what they could fund.
Right, but if the bond goes straight from whatever it is right now to zero, at least this is continuous. So I'm not saying there's one right or wrong, but I agree that we'll have to pick one because, yeah, which if one passes, it'll be whichever one's listed first.
Well, fortunately, that's a good segue into the next
Yes.
piece, which is the bond money, unless there's any other questions on the parcel tax. So if I'm hearing you correctly, it might be helpful to have a presentation from some of our consultants about what going out for a parcel tax might look like, timelines and kind of some basic data so that you can make some.
And the bond.
Yes.
Luckily, it's a similar team.
Uh-huh.
So, yes, okay. And I'm sorry I don't have a fancy presentation, but numbers don't do well. And when you see how small the font is going to get, you'll understand why. So I'm going to start out giving you the kind of a summary I had done a while ago, showing you what was intended to be funded by the bond versus some of the bigger initial projects and how much it ate up. So this is the elementary. Again, I always work my way up. And just to refresh your memory, 21 million was the bond authorization back in November of 2014. That's what the voters authorized. And this is the project list. That June 14 doesn't mean June 14th. It means June 2014. Like this is kind of what had been penciled out for the 21 million. So there was replace portables, 1 million. And this is all data that have been given to me in a file. Classroom tech package, 253, bandwidth upgrade, one-to-one devices, a refresh and a refresh, 21st century furniture, the Cherry Valley Track and Field, solar was nothing. Monitors, although the language for solar is in the bond measure. Modernization, generally it was just $12 million. It didn't give any specifics. It was a broad topic, modernization. And then the Live Oak Charter, that 1.8 million. Okay, so this was the preliminary. So I've just preserved it in a couple documents so you could see. And then as of December 2021, for those older projects, those original projects, I wanted the board to see how much was actually spent. So they hadn't factored in election costs. That's fine because we collect interest earnings. Administration, some construction management. You've got to have construction management to oversee these projects. Replacing portables, the Valley Vista North Bay Children's Center portable, and then some McDowell portables. Those were there were 2 portables at the back of McDowell that adult ed used. They were not DSA or Field Act approved. So we relocated those and we added 3 DSA approved portables that they still use. The classroom tech package came in about 20,000 higher, but look at that bandwidth upgrade. The one-to-one devices at the time was $1 million. 21st century furniture came in at double. The Cherry Valley Track and Field, I mean, 150,000 was probably somewhat unrealistic at the time. So I'm just kind of giving you the larger, older projects, pre-me, all of that stuff happened generally, other than the McDowell portables before my time. That gives you kind of the basis for then what we're going to look at. This is when the font gets really small. That's why I brought my glasses. People don't see me with these all the time. This is in an effort to get it all on one page. Okay, I'm old and I can read it. Okay, I'm gonna read some of this stuff out to you so you don't have to try to read it yourself. So at the top is a revenue analysis. It kind of shows the original bond sales. That's the bond proceeds, or when we've sold bonds and we take a proceeds from the sale. The interest earnings that we've generated each year, which were not contemplated at the time. And so if I project 100,000 for next year, we will have collected about $800,000 in interest earnings. And then other was some reimbursements that we had at the time. So then there's going down election costs, the sale of bonds, administration, bandwidth, furniture. You already saw some of these numbers. What I've done is I've assessed the cost by fiscal year. So not all of it happened in one year, it happened across years. And so you can see that. And then jumping down, you can see the McKinley entryway. When we redid that entryway, we're paying costs up front in design fees, et cetera. And then you can see the implementation, McDowell portables. We talked about that $395. And these all generally fall under modernization. And that's why that's that big category of modernization. We did some blacktop repaving, McDowell re-roof and repair, re-roof McKinley is multi, Kenilworth exterior paint of the portables, Valley Vista renovate the interior, the multi got renovated, McNear re-roofing, Pengrove parking reconfiguration and ramp, exterior paint at McDowell. You can see that that's actually going to happen this upcoming year. McNear carpet replacement, Grant re-roofing and repair, Valley Vista asphalt repair. So you just see all of the projects that we've been working our way through. And then when you get to the bottom, you can see one of the largest items is the Pengrove replaced building 6 classrooms and library. That's estimated to be about 4.7 million right now. Part of that is about 600,000 just for the portables that we needed to use for swing space or temporary housing. We're still assessing the impact of that $700,000 ramp. So I don't know that this includes that. Pengrove student restroom renovation. There's kinder restrooms in one of the buildings that they were closed off and they poured concrete down the drains. They need to be, this happened well before my time. So they need to be made AD accessible. We need to replace the sewer lines. Exterior paint at Cherry Valley, we did that already. Grant re-roofing and repair. McDowell exterior paint, that's what's happening this summer. Sorry, it's in both places because we started it a while ago. McDowell roofing and repair the Kinder building. We did this over winter break or last summer. McKinley classroom replacement. We have designs that will replace the former SCO building that's now a South County building with a South County plus 2 Kinder classrooms that have restrooms designed inside. The reason it only says $2 million is because we would use developer fees to fund a part of that. There's a note to that effect. And then we need to renovate the McDowell multi, the McKinley multi, the McNair multi. These are just rough estimates from my perspective on what we could do. If you look at the Valley Vista multi renovation, we got really, really good pricing on that. I mean, it came in, I think the actual construction was about 120,000. But that was unique. We were taking advantage of the pandemic, and so that was unique. And then you might wonder, why is McNair so much more at 600,000? It's because those restrooms are not ADA accessible, not multi, and there's not enough room in the building to make them accessible. So we'd actually have to push walls out or take up the little tiny kitchen it has. So that one's going to be more tricky and more costly. Yeah, I mean, we have that issue at almost every campus. I mean, literally, Cherry Valley is going to have that issue or has that issue this year. I mean, we have a challenge because none of our schools were designed to have TK and Kinder.
Right.
They just weren't. So we definitely have a challenge. There are actually some TK grants out there that we're looking into for facilities upgrades. So we have that issue at almost every single school. Or like at McKinley, they have the TK way down here when the Kinder building is over here, because that classroom 6 or whatnot has a restroom in it. So it's principals do what they can to accommodate. Grant has that issue as well. So when we added TK. And then we know we have to do exterior paint at our other schools. Valley Vista, McNair, and Grant all need exterior paint. I walk around those campuses and I look at the exteriors. Somebody asked me, well, why are we focusing, like, how do we prioritize this? You'll notice there's a lot of roofs, a lot of exterior paint, a lot of asphalt, parking issues. You don't want to really renovate an interior of a building until you make sure it's waterproof. You want to take care of your roofs. You want to take care of the building envelope, as we call it, before you start replacing carpet and other things. We're trying to do both. I mean, Sandra knows we did carpet replacement at McNair in 2 phases. We did one whole wing and then we did another whole wing. It's been very effective for us to try to do that. But you'll look down below where it says safety considerations and then future projects. We know we've got phone systems that need to be replaced. We're looking into different IT options for that. We know we've got fencing improvements or gates. We know we've got doors and door locks. We should probably assess. We've done a lot of the Columbine locks, but what I have found out recently is that not every door necessarily has them. Window coverings. Most of our elementaries have window coverings. I've paid very close attention to that. There are a few that don't. We've been looking at the adult ed buildings at McDowell, and we're working on some of those. And then camera systems. I know every school at one time or another in the past 2 or 3 years has asked me about cameras.
Yep.
And we have not funded cameras at elementary schools. That may be something we want to consider, but it's not a cheap proposition and there's a lot of maintenance involved. And then other things for future projects that we've thought about are lighting upgrades, window replacement, HVAC. We're basically a mechanical unit dies and we replace it. But there's still older machines out there. We just can't replace them all at once. And then we know we've got interior finishes. Again, I think about McNair, they have pink countertops that have probably been there since the 60s. I mean, we've done a lot of carpet replacement. We've done some repairs and paint when we can. But there are some interior finishes that need to be done. Some schools, like Valley Vista, has lovely floors. They have vinyl VCT floors. They're in great shape, generally speaking. But they have similar countertops and they need window replacement. We've done a bunch of window replacement and they need other window replacement. Grant needs window replacement. So if you look here, you'll see the total cost, the bottom of those really small numbers. Our total estimated cost right now is like 19.6 million, probably 19.7. The total revenues available is about 21.4 million, and the delta is about 1.8 million. 1.8 million is not going to do all of these other things. And these are really rough cost estimates that I put in. McKinley's classroom buildings doesn't contemplate if DSA requires us to put in a ramp. Now, I doubt they will because it's a flat campus, but I never know what else they might throw in. So questions about the elementary before I go into secondary? Can everybody see the numbers kind of?
I mean, I think the overall general sense is we're running out of money in the bond, elementary bonds. And if this is, we're just barely maintaining our schools. This is not contemplating anything. I mean, well, this is elementary, but yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, I could go on and on. I want to be sensitive to my colleagues, but think about Cherry Valley. One of the projects that is on the high school, but Cherry Valley has all these portables at the back. There's 5 portables. We've just replaced a bunch of siding. We only own 2 of the 5. 3 we've been renting for a very long time. I could see a building there that actually would give them more space, be more effective classrooms, and classroom portable replacement was written into the language of the measure. But we don't have the money to even contemplate those types of things. So we're doing what we can to kind of freshen up the schools, if you will, in the most cost-effective way possible. If you look at some of the costs here, they're really like doing that multi for Valley Vista. You see how fabulous it looks inside. We did that so cheap, so cost-effectively, inexpensively. And it looks lovely. It turned out fabulous. But there's a lot of need out there, and this scratches the surface. I'm just kind of giving you the most needs that I'm aware of. And I'm giving you rough costs from my perspective, but I'm sure the architects would come in and say, add, 25% to all of that at least. So, okay, with that, I'll go into the secondary. Again, we'll start out with where did we begin? You can see these have bigger font. Young eyes. So again, overall bond issuance for the secondary district was 68 million. To put some perspective on that, just before I left San Rafael, we passed $170 million bond for their high school district. 68 million. No, actually, San Rafael has 67% unduplicated count. So,
Oh no, I was saying I want money.
oh yeah, yes. Okay, so you can see 68 million. And then you can see the certificates of participation we paid off. That's the estimated cost versus the final cost. And the COPs were funding, I think they funded part of the solar arrays that both CASA and Petaluma High have. And you can see there was an idea of purchasing Crossroads at one time. The Build Back America bonds we paid off when I first got here. That was part of how we were able, because there was about a $350,000 debt service that the general fund was paying at that time. Classroom tech package, you can see where that came in, what it was estimated. The bandwidth, again, 665, it came in at over 2.6 million. One-to-one devices came in significantly higher in the secondary district. 21st Century Furniture, the solar for Petaluma Junior High School in San Antonio. That was just like a small design cost back in the day, but it ended up getting rolled into the bigger solar. Replacing portable classrooms, the Casa Grande track and field. Again, you can see it was estimated 2.5. We spent 3.8 million. Casa Grande small gym was originally on there at 5 million. The Casa Grande High School pool was in there at 3.4 million. Casa Grande High School Performance Hall, 6.5 million. The Petaluma High School gym modernization, 600,000. You can see that came in at like 625. Petaluma High School Performance Hall, 6.5 million. Petaluma High School pool, 450. And look at what we spent to renovate the pool. And then the Petaluma High School track and field, and then the Petaluma High School field house. So that was the 68 million. Kind of gives you a flavor for perhaps the costs were somewhat understated at the time. Now to the small numbers, which are really the big numbers. Yes, that's well. Okay, again, same format, bond proceeds across the top. Interest earnings, we have a total of 69.8 million or just under. And then I'm spreading by year in which the costs went out, all of these different things, whether it's the election costs, sale of bonds, certificates of participation, payoff of Build America bonds, administration, bandwidth, furniture, all of that stuff above the line, some of what we talked about. You can also see the final cost of, let's see. Well, you can see a lot of this stuff. There were some initial design costs written in, but we never really finished them. And I think that they did an upgrade of the Petaluma High School bleachers. So those bleachers, I think, were worked on at one time in like 2015. So when we get to the future projects, the Petaluma High School bleachers were worked on. And then you can see some of the modernization stuff. The Petaluma High School Science Building roof and repair, Casa Grande re-roof and repair Building E, that was for the north side. Then we later did the south side. San Antonio, we installed the 2 portables that were initially used by Crossroads, and now they're being used by the transition program. Kenilworth HVAC system. You'll see that goes over several years. That's because we've done it in 3 phases. So the 1.2 million is the most recent phase that's underway right now that will be completed this summer. Petaluma High School exterior paint, Petaluma Junior High School re-roofing and repairs, HVAC replacement, Petaluma High Cherry Valley re-roofing, kitchen, which we haven't done much, we just saw initial designs, Carpe Diem re-roof and repair, Petaluma Junior High School exterior paint, Casa re-roofing, multi-admin, Casa underground gas line replacement. Again, these are things that hadn't been contemplated because we didn't know we needed them. Petaluma High School Museum building, we re-roofed and repaired that. And I believe that included new HVAC. The battery backup projects at both schools estimated at 3.5 million. Casa restrooms and upgrades. Casa Building M, that's underway right now, happening this summer. Petaluma High School replaced flat roof and HVAC. We're looking at that. Currently, the HVAC systems for the Petaluma High School locker rooms do not function. They died. So we've been analyzing them and we have a plan to replace them and re-roof the flat parts of that roof this summer. Casa exterior paint, we're in color committee right now. I'm estimating that at $1 million. I honestly don't have any idea how much it's going to cost to repaint Petaluma High School. It's a big campus. We'll probably do it in 2 or 3 phases in order to get it done. And we're going to try to start it this fall. So that's super exciting.
You mean Casa?
I'm sorry, did I say Petaluma? Casa, sorry, Casa Grande. Casa gym interior, that gym has not been renovated. The floor is in desperate need of replacement. The bleachers, I believe, are original bleachers. I'm sure that my rear end sat on those bleachers back when I went to high school there. So that whole interior of that gymnasium needs to be redone. Matthew and I just did a walkthrough
it
of the
needs to be
team
redone
rooms.
soon.
So I put that on there. I actually asked our architects, like, what do you think it would cost? 2.5 million is probably a minimum. Petaluma High School final exterior paint. We have to paint the two-story buildings at Petaluma High. We haven't done that yet. Cherry Valley Play Yard improvements, that's underway. It's being engineered. As you know, the play yard kind of comes down a slope and then it drops off at a weird slope. And they actually try to do hopscotch on that weird slope. So we've got a plan. It's in design right now to flatten out that, well, actually to drop it so that there's usable space down below the seat wall for the students. And then we know that the Kenilworth, the Petaluma High School multi-interior renovations, that's also on here because we've been talking about it. We know that multi is in desperate need of freshening up. In fact, we were just put on notice that we're supposed to remove the drapes because there's no longer a tag that says the fire retardant. So we're trying to get that done this summer. And then the Kenilworth High School, junior high school multi-flooring. The multi at Kenilworth is coming up. It's in bad shape in several places. We know we need to get that replaced this summer. And then if you look, that total cost is 56 million, 56.1 million. We have 69.8. I'm using round numbers here. Estimated unused bonds is 13.7 million. So then you look at the projects down below. We know the Kenilworth Junior High School solar replacement, because that solar system was circa 2004, 2005. CASA locker rooms, we walked through the CASA locker rooms. I did not realize that they had orange and yellow and a weird orangey yellow, the locker rooms. And they had very maintenance-esque. Maintenance had come in and replaced doors for the lockers with a sheet metal and a padlock. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit shocked,
So
but
was I.
not surprised. I mean, it was effective. It worked. It was functional, I should say. CASA addition of 5 classrooms. We've talked about that need. I'm not sure where that stands now because honestly, we're not growing. Yeah, this was back in 18 when it was slated to grow. The grandstand.
Presented in 2018.
No, this is, I'm presenting this to you tonight. These are things that were kind of on the docket, but for me, from my perspective, from either the facility's deteriorating and is quickly or maybe not so quickly becoming a safety hazard, like the bleachers alone. We've been having conversations about in the CASA gym, if we motorize them, they would be safer to push a button instead of the custodians pulling these and risking injury doing it and pushing them back. But do you want to spend $60,000 motorizing them when we really need to renovate the gym? So it's like either we have to start putting some real maintenance money in or we need to renovate. And I really think it's time that we consider that. But we're also working with the school site to help prioritize. And then the practice gym at CASA and Petaluma High School, you saw there was a team room or a field house or 2 second gyms. Somebody was asking like, why would you need a second gym? All of the high schools that I've worked at generally have a main gym and then a practice gym. And what we use is our cafeterias.
Right.
We use our cafeterias for wrestling mats. So both cafeterias at both high schools. And wrestling mats and the odor that goes with them is not conducive to students eating lunch.
Well, and more so than that, we have the cafeteria, wrestling,
Theater.
cheer, theater happening, everyone competing for the same space. So
Well, at least CASA has the OMU, NMU. So you've got the cafeteria and you've got the multi. Petaluma High only has one multi. They only have one. And so it's really used as, I mean, there's the stage, here's the pull-out tables, and here's the wrestling mats. So in walking the campus with the site administrators and stuff, I mean, having a second gym in particular for Petaluma High School, because they don't have that second multi. And you almost have to do that before you can redo the multi, because are you gonna renovate the multi, have it look beautiful, turn it into more of a theatrical center, and yet have wrestling mats in it? So those are some of the things that we grapple with when we're trying to prioritize, because there's this thing called critical path. So you don't want to put the roof on first. You want to put the foundation in first, then build the walls, and then put the roof on. It's that type of thing. So do you renovate the multi first, or do you build a different facility first so you can get athletics out of the multi and then turn it into a fabulous theater? So those are some of the things that we have to think about. But the bottom line is I was throwing projects on here that I knew were of higher interest and need, and then trying to give you some costs to give you an idea of economy of scale. So you can see just those top ones, solar replacement, which I don't even know is accurate. I threw in 2 million. CASA locker rooms, CASA addition of 5 classrooms. I don't know if that's needed or not. CASA grandstand replacement, and the grandstand. So I did ask the architects today, I said, so how much do you think we could do a grandstand for with a press box? It's about 4 million. And that's not the visitor. That's just the home bleachers replacement, full replacement with a press box. And probably, he said, an elevator. I would say a ramp, because CASA has enough real estate that you could actually ramp it up behind. Yeah, well, it's got enough real estate to do that.
Mhm.
So that's 27 million, 27.9. We have 13.7. And then if you look at the safety, the phone systems need to be replaced, camera system upgrades. I was talking to Maite earlier about the cameras, like we installed all these cameras, but when we had a bunch of windows and a break-in, they broke 8 windows or something. We pulled the cameras and they were all fogged over, so we couldn't see anything. Lighting replacement, HVAC replacement,
So
some
I
AD accessibility.
I mean, yeah, I think the bottom line, I mean, it sounds like there's some interest in bringing in some consultants, looking at parcel tax, looking at bond. What would that look like? You notice that there's not even performing arts hall in here. We're talking about $40 to $50 million. So seeing what the community would support and trying to move forward with.
Well, and the goal here was
Get a
just to
plan.
kind of show that the money's running out.
Yes.
Even though we sold 15 million in bonds or whatnot, we have more need than we have
Yes.
authorization.
Not
even including
I was just saying, any questions?
Yeah,
Comments?
could you educate me on the service, how we're servicing these bonds? And are these 10-year bonds?
They're structured differently. So if you read the official statement, I can send it to you. So when we were doing technology, when you structure the bond sales or the repayment of the bonds, you have to structure them according to the lifespan of what you're doing. So when you're building bricks and mortar and you've got a 25-year life expectancy, you can structure the repayment of the bonds over 25 years. But if you've got technology that has 7 years, then you restructure the payment. So some of the earlier bonds, I think, were structured very differently. Most of the stuff we're doing now, it's structured longer, but they also structured according to the interest rates at the time. So they're looking at what kind of earnings can we make to minimize the cost to the taxpayers. It doesn't benefit us at all, but they look at structuring the bonds so that they're going to generate adequate interest, that people will make enough money on them, that we can sell them relatively quickly in the timeline, and really try to minimize what the taxpayers have to repay. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but it's structured very differently depending on.
It depends on the sale.
Mhm. And even within the sale, there will be multiple ways it's structured.
Any other comments or just overall questions or comments from anybody?
Well, also I'm curious, like, what do you think about some of the multis for the elementary or the projects? Like, is there any feedback on some of these things that we put these in here in part for illustrative? They're all relevant. But I mean,
I'm putting in a plug for the CASA track and field, just because you go to Petaluma High and it's like lots of, especially for graduation, when you look at that, just the amount of seating. And
Oh,
it's
for
like
the grandstand?
Yeah, the grandstand, there was 7 million that was previously spent on that versus CASA, the 3 million. But yeah, but I'm putting, and we know it's not safe. Or at least it doesn't feel safe, the CASA grandstand, so. And then I know that, I don't know if this goes in line with redoing the multi, but we had talked when I went to the site facilities meeting for CASA. It's like the girls don't have the same access to the athletic directors because their offices are in the boys' locker room. I mean, I don't know if they can just be moved somewhere else, but.
So we spoke, we actually went on a walk through at CASA and Petaluma High School and spoke with the athletic director, spoke with John Antonio at CASA, and I brought that issue up, and it is, they have, the plan is to move them into another area where they have equal access. So that's a short-term concern that's getting rectified.
And there are some short-term stuff that was identified. So for example, the CASA locker room for the boys, in the girls, they have a wall between like this meeting / they have hooks on the walls where you can use.
Like a
tension.
workout area,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. The boys don't have a wall there. And so it's like just open to the locker rooms itself where the lockers are and students can change. And so this summer, we're going to go in and build walls and doors in those to close those two spaces and put, to actually address the issue so that the boys will, you may not know what the girls looks like. I realize. I'm thinking to myself, you've seen the difference, right? You probably haven't been in the girls lately. Yeah, I had never been in the boys, just for you to know. So they showed us the difference between the girls and the boys, and it would be a relatively easy repair or fix that we can do in-house. But it's not, I can't come in and completely renovate all the lockers, and they're in bad shape. I was really quite taken aback. And the floor covering, and it's just dingy and dark and old, and the lights haven't been replaced, and it's not inviting.
Our facilities need some work. Any other questions, concerns?
But you were asking about Cherry Valley in particular. I'm feeling like, with our declining enrollments, we have growth at, half of our elementaries and declining at the other half. I feel like we have other options to manage our existing facilities through programming instead of building a building. Because otherwise we don't, while we're building a building, we'd also have to consider maybe a site closure, which seems very distasteful. And I think there's better management of facilities. But at the secondary level, I think I'm agreeing with Joanna.
About the CASA grandstand?
Well, just in general. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know about that specific project, but just in terms of investing in new facilities at the secondary level compared to elementary.
Well, especially new facilities are just going to have these costs in 20 years, and them are more bonds and more. Yeah, I mean, why doesn't the state give us enough money to roof our schools?
Well,
Like, what?
and as a reminder, for those of you who've been around for a while, we used to get deferred maintenance money, and we used to be able to apply for deferred maintenance grants. We had to completely redo a school roof and HVAC. And all of that went away in the Great Recession. So they cut it and they rolled it into the quote unquote LCFF. They made it fully flexible, but then they don't give us any money. And that was historic. We got for 40 years, we used to get money for deferred maintenance. I mean, it might have only been a couple $100,000 a year, but you could save it up and then redo a roof. You could save it up and repaint a school. We don't get anything now. So I mean, just to go to your point about the state not falling down on they don't give us any money to do deferred maintenance.
And I think before we move on to public comments, want to come back to what I think it was Mia, you said about again, communicating these things out, that we don't get money for roofs and fields and locker rooms, so when we do a project, it'd be nice to highlight it and talk about the funding sources. So thank you, Chris.
Good thing our communications coordinator is here.
Yes, lots of work.
All right.
Just hanging on. All right, public comments. I know Maureen
Yes.
would like to make a comment. So it's, well, you guys have your cards. I'm so out of order right now. I'm sorry, I'm tired. You go.
Thank you, guys. Yes. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Sheldon.
All right, Maureen, thank you so much for waiting.
Oh, sure. I'm actually very glad that I came and waited because it was interesting to hear some of your considerations.
Good.
A little surprising, but that didn't come up in our meeting. I will say that the idea of Petaluma City Schools creating their own foundation was broached about 10 years ago by Steve Bowman. And it was decided not to do that because PEF played that role. I do think that our grants and our programming money frees up schools to use their budgets in a different way, and we encourage that when they do their grant presentations. But I do think anything that can go to help the schools is a great thing.
Yes.
We have, I was sorry they left. We did fund KTV, Gaucho TV, and Trojan TV. We just funded for 2 years in a row in the tune of about $30,000 over 2 years. So, it's the community that does it. The other thing that I wanted to mention, we do have an Apply Beyond fund where students do get through their counselors money from one of our funds to pay for their AP, pay for their college apps, things like that. And we work with the college counselors to access that money. So that is money being used in the schools. I think over the last 2 years, I don't have the total, but we started the fund with just under 15,000. So.
Is that like advertised to students through the counseling departments?
Yes.
And do they call them in or do they self-select or?
They share, they identify to us. Oh, that's okay. They identify to us the students that may have that need, and they speak to the students themselves and find out what they're planning what is holding them back or what they would like to apply for or test taking they'd like, and then we fund the money for them. So that is in place. The only last thing I would say is I didn't hear anything about the new, and I know you're going to know, the new Schools Rural Sonoma that is launching. That is my understanding. So what you discussed tonight is being done at the SCO level. So, and then my understanding of the program, and I don't mean to speak for SCO or for that program, is that schools will receive unrestricted funding based on each of the enrollments in your district. So that's something you may want to look into as well.
It's interesting because I just went to a meeting at SCO and they didn't talk about that at all.
Me too.
I was there 2 weeks ago, Saturday.
And it's through their foundation?
It is, no, they are going to establish themselves as a foundation.
SCO is?
Yes. And the presentation was by Marin Schools Roll.
Ah, that one I do know.
Yes. So it will be the same model
Okay.
brought here.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
So that might address some of your
Right, maybe.
things that were brought up this evening. But again, I'm not speaking on their behalf, but it might be something you want to learn more about. So
I do.
with that, thank you for coming to the scholarship reception. As Matthew said, it was very successful, a record year for PEF. We do have scholarship funds for teachers. Ava, her friend Ava won. I will say our scholarship program is rather unique in the sense that it is available to all 7 schools here in Petaluma, comprehensive and alternative, and that it is for students that are going to 2-year colleges, 4-year colleges, and vocational programs. So it really does create that equity and level the playing field, as does our grant program. It allows every school, regardless of what their PTA can raise or what parent support they have, that they can all apply and receive $15,000 grants based on the quality of their programs and the dedication and sustainability they prove. So So with that, we are proud to be the Foundation for Petaluma. And thank you for inviting me tonight. And I learned a lot about the bonds. And so I do not envy you in making those tough decisions about what projects will be taken care of. But I just think it's incredibly important to remember that we are one large community working together, and we appreciate the support of Petaluma City Schools. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to note that the public comment is open. Sorry, the chat is open if there's anyone online that would like to comment. Thank you, Maureen. All right, next up is Taylor. Would you like to go after me? All right, let's go. You've been waiting.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Taylor. First, I just want to say that I'm impressed. I was born and raised in Sonoma County and went through the Petaluma school districts. In elementary school, I was the only Black kid, and I mixed, the only Black kid. And then in high school, I was one of 11. I went to the junior high. I think I was one in like 6 or something. So this conversation was never happening. So I just want to really say that it was great to see that happening and see that there's we're being sourced outside of this very homogenous community seeking some assistance and consulting. That being said, I didn't hear a lot talked about like the curriculum, and something that I experienced today or this couple years ago and this year. I live here now with my son who's 10, and he is one of probably 4 Black kids in school. However, some of the assignments that he was getting were the same exact assignments I got when I was in school in the 80s. And the options for like authors he could choose, or people of color, just the inclusion of African Americans in particular, Indigenous people in the curriculum, just not just in the month of February, but in general it's absent. And I think if we're going to be able to address racism and expecting our unbiased anti-racism, it really has to be an embodied practice. So I don't think we can be like embodied anti-racist and like practicing like white body supremacy too through curriculum that sort of leaves absent people of color. So I'm just curious what the school board is doing about it, how I can get involved and support this too. My son's in 4th grade now, so we have some time left, and I work at the school. So I'm just really here. I will be here and to be part of what's going on. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was part of the conversation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I would encourage you to reach out to Assistant Superintendent Hua after the meeting to have that conversation. Putting Tony to work. All right, Sarah.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much for having this conversation. I think probably about 3 or 4 years ago, we were like banging on the doors to have this conversation, and it's finally happened. So I really want to recognize that like someone a long time ago, I think it was Liz Chacon, who said, you know, we're on a big, huge tanker and it takes a really long time to turn. And so I'm really happy that like now we're having this conversation. So thank you, all of you, for having this conversation. I have so many things that I wanted to talk about. You guys are talking about all the stuff that I am all up into, but you know, Ellen, thank you for talking about classified staff. That was one of my questions, and then you asked it. And then talking about Sheldon, thank you for asking about what's going on with written policy based on this work, not just what the board can do and the monies that we're doing, but what you guys can do with policy. I appreciate that. That was what was going on. What is going on with the parents? Thank you for bringing up the parents too. This is all based on the first water conversation. And then I have a couple of different resources that you might want to look into. As far as residency programs, California, I think, just got through its 3rd cohort of residency programs where they were allowing up to about $25,000 per resident to be able to go through continuously while they're in their credentialing program or their master's program and get paid through the district to get their hours and then also step up in the programs while they're in there. So I'm not sure if there's going to be a fourth cohort, but that's definitely something to look into. There's a lot of money there. I'm very happy to send you information about it because the organization that I work with in Marin just did it with San Rafael City Schools. So you could get in touch with not Jim Hogaboom because he's retiring, but the one that's coming in, and I forget what her name is, but I can send you that information. And then they also have a CTE pathway that they just started with 18 students just this year, doing almost exactly what it is that you're talking about. So they are definitely good people to look into. In regards to parcel tax and funding, I can also send you information. There's an organization out of San Francisco called Funding the Next Generation with Margaret Bodkin, and she trains everybody on how to do this. Her thing is about parcel funds and bonds. And she's been having monthly calls on how to do that. I'd be very happy to send all that information out as well. I wanted to shout out to Kenilworth and Maite in particular, when there was a language happening, N-word happening over there, and you really stepping up and doing it. I'd like to know more about what's going on, and I really appreciate your feedback and your consistent communication about that, and getting it throughout for families, students, and staff continuously. So thank you all for doing what you're doing. I have lots of thoughts. All right, any other comments from the public in person or online? There was one?
Yeah, we have one person commenting in chat and one person with their hand up. I don't know. See with that one.
Take the one who said they wanted to make a comment.
Okay, yeah. Okay, looks like, okay, so the person who would like to chat. Okay, they are now allowed to talk. His name should be Lonnie Ward.
Oh, Lonnie, right?
Lonnie.
I'm asking you. I know your friends are there.
Okay. Hello, Lonnie, are you there? I just added you. Okay, you are now live on the boardroom. Feel free to ask your question.
Okay, thanks. So I would just like to thank the board and the district for having this conversation. I really look forward to the district implementing strategies that would make schools more equitable for all students. Tonight, I'd just like to speak specifically to inequities created by PTA, and I'm speaking as a PTA member and past leader of the Valley Vista PTA. PTA is an incredible organization that does so much to advocate for students and to engage students and families at school sites. PTA is not a fundraising organization. Fundraising is not a part of the PTA's mission, but is instead meant to cover programs that benefit students directly. A couple of years ago, I was part of a group that was trying to form a council of PTAs within Petaluma. The council would bring all PTAs in town together, including schools outside of the PCS district, and allow PTAs to share program and fundraising ideas, share knowledge of how to better support our students, help parents engage with school districts, and bring an awareness of the struggles of our students and PTAs are dealing with. Unfortunately, we were unable to gain enough support and abandon our efforts. At Valley Vista, the PTA is very careful about the funds we spend, as we are able to raise less money every year to cover the programs that support our students. Members organizing events personally donate supplies to run community events and fundraisers. We also charge a minimal amount for food and activities at our fundraisers so that the events are accessible for all families, and also serve as events to engage our families and community. What was shared tonight was the total amount of money Valley Vista budgeted to receive as income. This included money from spiritware purchases, which we sell at cost, and other funds that are a net in and net out. The actual amount we have raised this year is $7,354. This includes additional fundraising activities that were added midway through the school year just to cover the cost of sixth grade camp. The other inequity that wasn't discussed tonight is parent volunteers. Volunteers at elementary schools, which is what I know, so what I can speak to, can go a long way to providing additional student support that the district is not able to provide due to inadequate state funds. whether it's having volunteers in class to allow teachers to meet with smaller groups, or having volunteers to assist with yard duty or crossing guards. Volunteers are also key when it comes to raising funds and advocating for school needs. Please consider the impact of volunteers on our students when discussing equity, and look at volunteer hours at each school site to determine where additional support may be needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments, either in person or online?
I do have one from Shannon Britton. She wrote it in the chat, but it seems incomplete. Let me see.
Can you maybe just text it to send it to you?
Hey, Shannon, are you there?
I am, thank you.
Okay, so you are, yeah, I saw your chat, but if you want, it looks like it got cut off on the end. So if you just want to say it via voice to the board, you have the floor.
Thank you. So my name is Shannon Britton. I'm the librarian at Petaluma High School. And I just wanted to say thank you to the board for the support that we saw for our libraries. And it's good to hear too that that libraries pull well with the public, especially when you're talking about terms of bonds and the parcel tax. And just listening to everything that was said about equity this evening, we just wanted to say that it's so great to have teacher librarians at each of our secondary sites, at our comprehensive sites, but we also service Carpe Diem and Sonoma Mountain that are on the Petaluma and Casa Grande campuses, as well as the SCO sites that are on our campuses. So our district basically serves almost every single secondary student by having access to a teacher librarian. And some of the things that we do, we help with reading selection, we help with digital literacy curriculum research, we provide resources for classes and encourage inquiry. We select a lot of diverse reading texts. And I know especially we've been working on helping select different texts in multiple languages. So I just wanted to say thank you to the board for that support, and we really appreciate your thoughts.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Is there anyone else? No. All right, future business.
I, one more time, am asking about diversify our narrative and classroom libraries. Just hearing that your son is reading the same books that you did bothers me. I thought we had kind of gone through this, and obviously we still have work to do. So I would like to find out where we're at with classroom libraries and diversify our narrative.
We plan to actually do a follow-up presentation on the next board meeting on diversify our narrative. So, yeah.
Awesome. Anyone? It is closed, but we can talk after. Okay. Is there any other future business? All right. With that, we are adjourned.
For our grant award this year, which we gave out a record high grant. Yes. I will tell you, I think it was 22% of our grant requests, our awarded requests were for elementary school libraries to upgrade the